Here, every wave carries the force of a world untouched by man. Storms are born here, with nowhere to stop and nowhere to go. For life beneath these waters, survival begins long before the first dive. The sea does not rest. It only changes its mood. In this cold, even the air seems to sharpen into ice. Icebergs drift like ancient mountains, carrying the memory of Antarctica into the sea. Every crack is a reminder that even the strongest ice is always moving. Above the waves, one traveler has learned to trust the storm. The albatross turns the violence of the wind into flight. But beneath this restless surface lies another world entirely. Cross the surface, and the roar of the storm begins to fade. Below the ice, Antarctica reveals its hidden architecture. Here, light arrives broken, blue, and brief. In the quietest places, the smallest lives begin the greatest stories. These tiny creatures will sustain an entire ocean of giants. In this frozen world, abundance often begins almost too small to see. Every movement here is measured against cold, hunger, and darkness. And beyond the reach of sunlight, the ocean keeps its oldest secrets. The deeper we travel, the more unfamiliar this world becomes. Even in the depths, life is fed by a slow and constant snowfall from above. Above us, the ocean grows its own crystal kingdom. Between ice and darkness, hidden corridors lead deeper into the unknown. For the Weddell seal, the frozen ceiling is not a barrier, but a shelter. It knows every opening, every passage, every breath of this frozen maze. But above the water, the storm is waiting. Here, calm is only the pause between one storm and the next. The landscape itself is never still. The wind rises, and the albatross rises with it. What would destroy another creature becomes its path through the sky. Yet even this master of the wind is small against the Southern Ocean. The sea carves patiently at the edges of the frozen continent. Each falling fragment becomes part of the ocean's changing world. Beneath the ice, a living harvest is growing. Here, life survives by becoming small, clear, and almost unseen. This small drifting army will feed birds, seals, and whales across an entire ocean. And as the light returns, so does the promise of larger life. For a moment, the storm loosens its grip. But in this ocean, peace is never permanent. Across the ice, the first signs of life are beginning to gather. What looks empty from above is alive, with hidden pathways and fragile shelter. Every grain of ice reflects a world shaped by cold. At the frontier between ice and sea, the emperors have arrived. Together, they face a climate no creature can endure alone. Together, they face a climate no creature can endure alone. One leap carries it from the frozen world into a world of blue. Underwater, the Emperor becomes something entirely different. They move through the water, like arrows through the sky. Below the ice waits the food that binds this entire ecosystem together. Speed is survival in a world where every second matters. But in the depths, no movement goes unseen for long. The Weddell seal belongs to this labyrinth of ice and water. In a frozen ocean, every breath must be earned. For now, the ice gives it air, and the sea gives it life. Across the ice, every resting place is temporary. Against this vast wilderness, life seems impossibly small. And already, the next storm is on its way. The Southern Ocean never promises safety, only another chance to survive. This is the last wild ocean, where every creature lives at the edge of the impossible. The storm has arrived, and with it comes the true power of the Southern Ocean. Here, the wind can travel unbroken around the planet, gathering strength with every mile. There are few places on Earth where weather rules with such absolute force. At the surface, every breath of wind becomes a weapon. The waves rise higher, shaped by winds that have crossed an entire world. Nothing here is still. Not the water, not the sky, not even the ice. Even mountains of ice are carried helplessly by the ocean's changing mood. The sea pounds at the ice without pause, carving the frozen frontier one wave at a time. What appears solid from afar is always moving, breaking, and remaking itself. For the emperor penguins, survival begins with standing together. Alone, the cold would be unbearable. Together, they endure the impossible. Their silent movement is a living shield against the storm. For the seal, refuge lies just beneath the violence of the surface. A single dive carries it away from the storm and into the hidden calm below. Below the waves, the roar becomes a distant memory. Beneath the chaos, another ocean exists, quieter, colder, and no less dangerous. In this maze of ice, experience means knowing where the next breath can be found.
The penguins, too, escape the wind by entering a world built for swimming.
Even the smallest lives have found a refuge beneath the frozen roof. Above them, the storm continues to pass, reshaping the world with every surge. For the albatross, the storm is not an obstacle. It is the road home. It reads the movement of air and water with a precision beyond our imagining. To every creature at the surface, the ocean can become a wall without warning. The storm does not simply move across the ice. It moves the ice itself. Every fracture changes the map of survival.
This is not one storm, but a system that seems to breathe across the entire horizon. Wave after wave, the ocean carries the storm onward into the frozen south.
For now, a trace of light survives beyond the storm. Beyond these waters lies the frozen continent itself, a world shaped by ice on every scale.
And at the edge of Antarctica, the next chapter of survival is about to begin. The storm may weaken, but the ocean carries its power long after the wind has passed. For every creature here, danger is not a single moment. It is the rhythm of daily life. Even the ice is at the mercy of forces far larger than itself. Each opening in the ice creates a new route and a new risk for the lives that depend on it.
When the storm eases, the search for food must begin again. For the Emperor, a single decision can mean the difference between hunger and survival. Below the storm, another journey begins.
In water, they become fast, silent, and almost weightless. The storm reaches below the surface too, stirring even the hidden world beneath the ice. For the smallest creatures, shelter can be no more than a thread of algae beneath the ice. Some animals have learned to find calm in the very heart of the storm.
It knows that the ice above is both protection and prison. Above the waves, the albatross remains one of the storm's few true masters. It does not fight the wind. It turns the wind into motion. Yet even this great bird is only a flicker against the scale of the southern seas. The ice may appear permanent, but here permanence is an illusion. Every broken piece of ice becomes part of the sea's endless transformation. Slowly, the storm begins to loosen its hold on the horizon. Beyond the storm lies the frozen threshold of Antarctica. Here, land and ocean meet in a frontier built from ice. At this edge, every tide and every storm shapes the boundary of a continent.
The ice holds the memory of countless winters, written in layers of blue and white. Even as the storm retreats, the ocean continues its relentless work. Beneath this frozen wall lies a hidden realm few ever see. The edge of Antarctica does not end at the surface. It continues far into the depths.
Here, light arrives only in fragments, filtered through a roof of ice. Beyond the storm, the journey now leads into the frozen heart of the South. The storm has passed, but its mark remains across every mile of sea and ice. Ahead lies a world where ice governs every path, every shelter, and every life. Beyond the storm waits Antarctica, and beneath its ice, a hidden world is about to reveal itself. Beyond the storm lies the edge of a continent unlike any other on Earth. Here, the ocean meets a wall of ice built over thousands of winters. At this frontier, the land does not end. It floats. Inside these layers is the memory of a frozen world. From above, Antarctica appears still, but every edge is in motion. Every crack marks a boundary between what endures and what will eventually break away. The ocean patiently claims its share of the continent. The ocean patiently claims its share of the continent. Each fragment begins a journey across one of the wildest oceans on Earth. The storms may pass, but the sea never stops working against the ice. For the animals of the ice, these narrow passages are roads, hunting grounds, and escape routes. In this shifting maze, even the smallest piece of ice can become a refuge. At the continent's edge, life gathers wherever the ice allows it. For the emperors, the boundary between ice and ocean is crossed every day. One step forward opens the door to food, but also to danger. For Weddell seals, the ice is a place to rest between long journeys beneath the surface. Its world is divided between two realms, the frozen air above and the blue silence below. With a single movement, it leaves the frozen world behind. Above the ice cliffs, the albatross searches the ocean's surface for the next opportunity. To the birds of Antarctica, even the empty sky is part of the hunting ground. But the true scale of Antarctica is revealed only beneath the surface. Below the waterline, the continent becomes a hidden blue cathedral. Every crack becomes a passage for light, water, and life. Even here, on the underside of the ice, a hidden garden begins to grow. From these tiny creatures, the great food web of the Southern Ocean begins. The emperors follow the edge of the ice into a world where air is far above. The seal knows this frozen frontier better than any map could show. Above, the surface is only a distant memory of light. At the edge of the continent, every path leads toward a deeper mystery. Now, beneath the frozen surface, the Southern Ocean will reveal a world few ever witness. Cross this threshold, and the familiar ocean begins to disappear. Beneath the ice, Antarctica becomes a ceiling of blue stone and living water.
Light reaches this world only as a faint echo from the surface. In the silent depths, even the smallest movement tells a story. On the underside of the ice, a hidden forest is quietly growing. Among these fragile strands, small creatures find food, cover, and a place to endure. These tiny drifters are the pulse of the Southern Ocean. Where krill gather, other lives soon follow. The emperor penguins know that food waits beyond the safety of the surface. In this cold world, the penguin is built for speed, precision, and silence. But beneath the same ice, another hunter moves with patient confidence. The Weddell seal has spent generations learning the hidden passages of this frozen maze. In a world sealed by ice, every route to air is precious. For a moment, the frozen world opens and allows it to breathe. From above, the edge of Antarctica is a moving map drawn by wind, tide, and time. These open channels connect the frozen continent to the deep ocean beyond. After the storm, the ocean seems calm. But beneath the surface, the currents never stop. These hidden currents carry oxygen, food, and life into the darkest spaces beneath Antarctica. Below the bright edge of the ice lies a depth still largely unknown. Something larger moves beyond the reach of the light. At the bottom of the frozen world, life moves at a different pace. Even in near-freezing water, the hidden garden beneath Antarctica is alive. The edge of the continent shelters an ecosystem almost entirely hidden from the world above. Every hollow in the ice creates another refuge in this cold and changing world. Far above, the sun still shines, but down here, it has become something distant and strange. The farther we travel beneath the ice, the more completely the surface world disappears. Beneath Antarctica lies a world without horizons. Here, every life is connected by the same cold water and the same need to survive. Beyond this final glow begins the hidden world beneath the frozen surface. Now the descent begins into the silent realm beneath Antarctical's frozen skin. Beneath the frozen surface, the known world falls away. Above us is not sky, but a roof of ancient ice. The ice bends the light into colors found nowhere else on Earth. Every bubble carries a trace of air, sealed away by another winter. Water has shaped this hidden landscape as surely as wind shapes the world above. Even in the stillness, the ocean is always moving. On the underside of the ice, a quiet forest feeds the world below. For creatures this small, a single strand of algae can become an entire world. The krill arrive to feed, beginning a chain that will reach across the entire Southern Ocean. In their millions, These tiny animals form the heartbeat of a frozen ocean. Where food gathers, the first hunters are never far behind. Far below the ice, another community waits in the darkness. Here, time moves more slowly, and survival demands patience. Even in near-freezing water, life opens itself to the current. This hidden seafloor is a garden shaped by cold, darkness, and endurance. The emperor penguin enters this silent realm with remarkable ease. Beneath the ice, their wings become powerful fins. Every turn is precise, every second measured against hunger. For now, the chase remains a dance within the shadows. But the ice holds larger lives as well, moving quietly beyond the penguin's view. The Weddell seal navigates this frozen labyrinth with calm, practiced confidence. Its senses are tuned to a world where visibility can vanish in an instant. Above, a narrow opening offers the one thing this sealed world cannot provide: air. In the darkness beneath Antarctica, every fragment of light becomes a landmark. But deeper still, even the last traces of sunlight begin to fade. The frozen surface conceals a darkness as vast as the sky. With every meter downward, pressure rises, and the familiar world disappears. Something unseen moves at the limit of the light. Between light and darkness, the Southern Ocean keeps its deepest secrets. And now, the journey leads away from the ice and into the blue silence below. Beyond the ice, silence becomes deeper than darkness. Here, the ocean opens into a realm with no visible end. Above, the ice becomes a pale memory of the world we left behind. In the depths, food arrives as a slow snowfall from the world above. Even here, the hidden currents continue their endless work. For small animals, darkness can be both a refuge and a warning. Together, they cross the blue silence in search of food and shelter. The seal moves through this cold abyss with a confidence born of generations. It knows where the ice opens, where the currents flow, and where danger may hide. No matter how deep it travels, the seal must always remember the way back to air. The penguins too venture far from the surface, chasing life through the cold. Every dive takes it farther from light and closer to the unknown. In these dark waters, every small movement can lead to a meal. The krill remain at the center of this vast and fragile web of life. On the ocean floor, life waits patiently for what the currents bring. In the deep cold, even the slowest movements serve a purpose. The simplest creatures have mastered the art of waiting. This hidden garden survives without ever seeing the open sky.
Below the sheltered ice world, another frontier is waiting. Something larger moves in the depths, hidden beyond the reach of the ice light. The surface is becoming a distant world of light, and we can no longer touch. In this vast blue silence, depth becomes its own kind of wilderness. Now there is only water, pressure, and the unseen lives that endure within it. The first strange forms appear, built for a world without warmth or certainty. Fragile as glass, it drifts through a darkness older than memory. Far below the frozen surface, survival has taken forms almost beyond recognition. The ice has led us this far. Now the deeper ocean is calling. Ahead lies the blue silence, where sunlight fades and mystery begins. With every meter, the ocean grows quieter, darker, and more strange. Beyond the frozen surface waits the open abyss, and a world hidden in the blue silence. Now the ice is far above, and the blue silence begins. In this endless water column, the surface is no longer a place, but a memory. Here, sunlight is weakened by every meter of water it must cross. In the blue silence, even falling particles become part of the story of survival. The first life forms here seem almost invisible, built from light, water, and motion. Connected in drifting chains, they move through the ocean like living glass. In a realm without shelter, transparency can be its own kind of protection. A flicker of color reveals a creature almost perfectly disguised by the sea. Here, beauty is often revealed only when the light catches it just right. The deeper we go, the more the ocean begins to hide life in plain sight. Fish that live here must become as elusive as the shadows themselves. Together, their movement creates a pattern that vanishes as quickly as it appears. With every descent, the colors of the world begin to disappear. The frozen surface is now only a ghost of light overhead. Shapes begin to appear at the edge of vision, then disappear before they can be understood. Built for the shadows, it moves with almost no trace of its passing. In the deep ocean, sight must work, where light is almost gone. The open water is not empty. It is filled with lives too subtle for the eye to notice at first. Even here, the smallest creatures continue to hold the ocean together. Far above, the penguins still search the fading light for food. Some creatures are not one animal, but a living colony moving as one. In the quiet current, countless small bodies work together to survive. In a world of fading light, disappearance is often the greatest defense. Below this blue world, darkness is waiting.
The last connection to the frozen surface is slowly slipping away. At this depth, the ocean begins to reveal the first rules of the twilight world. Something larger passes below, still hidden by the blue silence. Between light and darkness, an entirely different ocean is beginning to emerge. The creatures of the blue silence are only the beginning of what waits below. Ahead lies the twilight zone, where the last sunlight fades and the hidden ocean begins. The last light of Antarctica is now far behind us. Here, the ocean enters the borderland between day and night. Sunlight still reaches this depth, but only as a fading whisper. From above, a constant snowfall carries nourishment into the darkness. The fragile drifters of the blue silence continue their journey into deeper water. In this open world, transparency is both shelter and disguise. The creatures here are shaped less by force than by lightness and illusion. Even the hunters of this zone are built to leave almost no trace. It moves through darkness as though it were part of the water itself. In a world where light is scarce, every glimmer matters. Even at the edge of darkness, the krill remain the foundation of life. Where the krill gather, the food chain extends deeper into the blue. Below them lies a world where the familiar laws of daylight no longer apply. The ice itself has become only a faint memory in the distance. In this twilight realm, life is scattered like stars across an underwater sky. Here, some creatures begin to carry their own light into the deep. As daylight fades, another kind of illumination begins to appear. In the darkness ahead, light will no longer come from the sun. The ocean is changing around us, one layer at a time. Something larger moves beneath us, hidden by the twilight. The surface world has almost vanished completely. At this depth, the ocean is no longer a place. It is an endless space. The deeper we descend, the more extraordinary the smallest lives become. To survive here is to become almost invisible, even to those who share the same darkness. Then, in the darkness, the first living lights appear. In the twilight, life begins to create its own stars. From here onward, the sun will no longer guide the way. The blue silence is giving way to a world illuminated from within. Ahead, the hidden life of the deep will begin to reveal itself. The journey now enters a realm where darkness is alive. In the darkness, the smallest lives are the first to reveal themselves. Far from the sun, the ocean creates its own constellations. These almost invisible drifters are among the most important animals in the sea. At this scale, every current is a landscape, and every particle can become food. And then come the krill, small creatures that will feed an entire ocean. Each one is small, but together they become one of the greatest migrations of life on Earth. In the deep, survival often depends on never drifting alone. For some creatures, even a falling particle becomes a temporary island. The sea butterfly appears to fly through water, fragile as a snowflake in the dark. In this quiet world, some of the most delicate lives are also the most enduring. Some drift alone. Others travel as living chains across the abyss. Their bodies filter the ocean itself, turning drifting life into energy. A flash of color is enough to reveal a creature almost perfectly hidden by the sea. In darkness, even the faintest color can become a signal of life. Even among the smallest creatures, the deep is a world of constant pursuit. Beyond the drifting plankton, the first quiet hunters begin to appear. Its eyes are tuned to a world where the smallest glimmer can mean survival. Here, some animals carry their own lights into the darkness. As sunlight disappears, living light begins to take its place. In these waters, the first stars belong not to the sky, but to the ocean. But the deep holds more than drifting lights. It holds a whole hidden foundation of life. Together, these small lives form the living engine of the Southern Ocean.
Their numbers transform the emptiness into abundance.
Every larger creature in this ocean depends, in some way, on this hidden, drifting world. The smallest creatures have turned darkness into a living universe. Above, the ice has vanished into distance. Below, the darkness continues without end. And somewhere below, larger hunters are already following the same trail of life. The farther we travel, the more the hidden ocean begins to unfold. What seemed empty is alive beyond measure, if we only learn how to see it. In the deep Southern Ocean, the smallest lives are the ones that keep the whole world alive. Within this drifting multitude, every individual is small. Together, they become a force of nature. Each krill survives by following the rhythm of the swarm. The swarm moves as one, responding to currents no human eye can see. For a creature smaller than a grain of rice, the ocean is a universe of currents. This invisible community is the beginning of a food web that reaches far beyond the deep. Some creatures do not swim through the deep. They seem to fly within it. In the Southern Ocean, fragility is not weakness. It is another form of adaptation. Drifting through the darkness, the salps quietly filter the ocean around them. Linked together, they travel as one living ribbon through the sea.
In the deep, even the simplest movements can leave a lasting mark on the ocean. Where darkness deepens, some animals carry their own lanterns. Its light is subtle, but in this world, subtlety is everything. In this hidden realm, darkness is never completely empty. Some lives are so delicate that they can only be seen when the darkness gives them away. What appears to be empty water is, in truth, one of the most crowded habitats on Earth. Different bodies, different strategies, yet all connected by the same cold current. Within this drifting world, even a quiet hunter must move with care. In the deep, every flash and every shadow may carry a message. But even in the deep, the ocean is always connected to the light above. The current carries life upward, linking the dark depths to the waters beneath the ice. From these small drifting animals, energy rises through every layer of the ocean. Far above, larger animals are already following the path created by the smallest ones. The entire Southern Ocean is bound together by lives too small to notice from the surface. The journey now turns upward, toward a different world beneath the waves. Ahead, light returns, and with it comes a new kind of shelter. Not all underwater forests are made of leaves. Some are built from ice, light, and life. Beneath the ice, the next hidden forest is waiting to be revealed. From the darkest depths to the underside of the ice, life forms a single connected world. The hidden life of the deep has led us back toward the light. And beneath this frozen roof, another forest begins to grow. Beyond the frozen roof, another hidden forest begins to rise from the sea. Here, the ocean floor reaches upward, building a forest of living leaves beneath the waves. For countless animals, these swaying fronds are shelter, food, and sanctuary. Above the forest, sunlight is caught and softened by a floating canopy of kelp. At the base of every kelp plant, a crowded world is hidden among the roots. In this underwater forest, the smallest creatures find safety in the shadows of the kelp. For young fish, the forest provides a maze where danger can be left behind. The current moves through the kelp like wind passing through a woodland canopy. This forest is not only built by kelp, it is supported by every creature living on the rocks below. On the seafloor, life follows a slower rhythm beneath the dancing leaves. Even the stillest animals are shaped by the currents that feed this forest. Beneath the canopy, every crevice and stone supports another layer of life. For the smallest fish, survival depends on knowing every hidden path through the forest. Each shaft of light becomes a moment of exposure in a world full of hiding places. For a moment, the forest turns the cold Southern Ocean into a world of gold and green. These forests transform open water into a maze of living corridors. Even a single leaf of kelp
can carry an entire community through the changing sea. The same krill that sustain the open ocean also find shelter among the coastal kelp. When the current changes, the entire forest responds at once. Far above, the wind is rising again, and the forest feels every wave. A kelp forest survives not by resisting the sea, but by moving with it. At the roots, the forest holds fast against the restless Southern Ocean. Some creatures endure the storm by holding on. Others retreat deeper into the forest, where the moving leaves can offer protection. And when the surge passes, the forest rises again toward the light. In the returning light, the forest becomes alive with movement once more. For the forest's inhabitants, every calm interval is a chance to feed, grow, and survive. But from the surface, another visitor is entering the forest. For the penguins of the Southern Ocean, the journey for food begins wherever the ice and sea allow. Beyond the forest, the next great journey is beginning beneath the Southern Ocean's shifting ice. Beyond the shelter of the forest, the open Southern Ocean is waiting. For a moment, the forest opens its paths to a visitor from the surface. Underwater, the penguin moves through the forest with the ease of a creature born to fly beneath the waves. Behind every giant kelp stalk lies a miniature city of hidden life. On the rocky floor, even the smallest movements are shaped by the tide. Above the seafloor, the canopy turns cold water into a shifting world of light and shade. When the water calms, the inhabitants of the forest return to its open pathways. Beyond the kelp, larger animals patrol the border between shelter and open sea. For the fur seal, the kelp forest is both a hunting ground and a place of play. Its eyes are adapted to a world where light is broken by leaves and waves. Beyond the forest, the Southern Ocean opens again into distance and uncertainty. Every forest has an edge. Beyond it, the rules of the open water begin. Above, the sea surface reflects a sky that has finally begun to clear. At the surface, the forest meets the wild coast of the Southern Ocean. Here, the land offers only narrow strips of safety between sea and storm. Along the coast, the penguins wait at the boundary between two worlds. For this bird, the sea is both a source of life and a place of constant danger. Each day, they cross this exposed coast to reach the food waiting beyond the waves.
Their path is short in distance, but it leads into one of the harshest seas on Earth.
At the water's edge, each bird pauses to read the movement of the sea. Then, with a single leap, it leaves the land behind. Below the surface, the bird becomes a powerful swimmer once more. They do not travel alone. Together, they leave the shelter of the coast. Ahead lies the hunting ground, where every dive becomes a test of endurance. Above them, the light is clear. Below them, the ocean waits in blue silence. The march has begun, not across land, but through the vast wilderness of the sea. From the safety of the shore, they head toward a world where only the strongest swimmers survive. With every stroke, the forest disappears behind them, and the open ocean takes its place. For the penguins, the journey for survival is only just beginning. Far beyond the coastal forests, the journey leads back to the frozen frontier of Antarctica. Here, at the boundary between ice and sea, the emperor penguins begin another day of survival. For months, these birds have endured the cold. But endurance alone cannot feed them. Soon, it must leave the safety of the colony and enter the world below the ice. The march begins slowly, across a landscape that is always shifting beneath their feet. Every route to open water is a path between hunger and survival. At the ice edge, the stillness of the land gives way to the uncertainty of the sea. For a moment, it waits, listening to the movement beneath the surface. Then, in a single leap, the bird leaves the frozen world behind. Underwater, the emperor is transformed from a walker into a creature of speed and grace. Together, they enter a hidden world shaped by ice, current, and hunger. Beneath the ice, every channel becomes a road into the hunting grounds. Here beneath the ice is the food that draws the penguins into the cold. Every dive is a search through a moving landscape of small and elusive life. In the water, their precision is their greatest advantage. But the ice above is not only shelter, it is also the only way back to air. In these cold corridors, the penguins are not the only hunters searching for life. Instinct guides it back toward the light and the safety of the breathing holes. After the deep blue silence, every breath of cold air is a return to life. For a moment, the ocean releases its traveler back into the world of ice. The returning divers bring the energy of the sea back to the colony. Now begins the long walk home across the moving ice. From above, their journey appears small against the immensity of the frozen world. Here, survival is not a solitary achievement. It is written into the strength of the group. Here, survival is not a solitary achievement. It is written into the strength of the group. One by one, the travelers return to the living fortress of the colony. The rhythm continues, from ice to ocean and back again. But even on a clear morning, the Southern Ocean never stays still for long. As the wind rises, the colony prepares once more for the cold. Across the ice, other survivors are waiting for the next chance to enter the sea. For the penguins, the march has only begun. Across this frozen kingdom, every creature faces the same relentless sea. As the penguins return from the sea, another kingdom waits quietly on the ice. On this moving frontier,
different lives share the same narrow refuge. For the Weddell seal, the ice is more than a resting place. It is a lifeline. Across this frozen maze, every path is shaped by wind, tide, and the need to breathe. Beneath this single opening lies an entire world of blue water and hidden passageways. With one silent dive, it returns to the realm beneath the frozen roof. Under the ice, the seal becomes a master of silence and distance. Though they share the same water, each species follows its own ancient route through the ice. Below the ice, the same tiny creatures sustain every larger life around them. The seal follows hidden corridors, known only through instinct and memory. No matter how far it travels, every route must eventually lead back to air. For the seal, every breath above the ice is a small victory over the frozen sea. At the edge of the opening, the lives of ice and ocean briefly meet. The wind is rising again, and every creature prepares in its own way. In Antarctica, shelter may be no more than a ridge of snow or a crack in the ice. The sea is always redrawing the map beneath their feet. Every new crack can become a barrier, a pathway, or an opportunity for survival. And on the ice edge, another seal waits, where the open water begins. The leopard seal is built for a world where the ice ends and the hunt begins. With barely a sound, it vanishes into the blue beneath the ice. Below the surface, it moves through the same corridors as every other creature of the ice. Every movement is measured, every shadow carefully read. In the frozen ocean, distance can be the difference between safety and danger. The penguins return toward air, guided by the same instinct that has carried them through countless winters. On the ice, the cycle continues. Dive, return, rest, and face the cold again. Across the frozen sea, the animals of Antarctica live side by side, bound by the same harsh world. For the seals, the ice is a kingdom of breathing holes, resting places, and hidden roads below. Now, the focus shifts from the marching penguins to the rulers of the frozen sea. For them, every crack in the ice is a doorway to survival. Beyond the march of the penguins begins another story, the kingdom of seals beneath the Antarctic ice. Here, where the penguins' march fades into the distance, another kingdom begins on the ice. For the Weddell seals, the frozen surface is a place to rest between journeys into the deep. Its breath marks the thin boundary between the world of ice and the ocean below. Across the ice, every opening is a doorway to life beneath the frozen roof. Before every dive, the seal reads the water beneath it. Then, without a sound, it returns to the blue world it knows best. Under the ice, the seal is no longer a resting giant. It becomes pure motion. The ice hides a network of corridors that only the seal truly understands. Its whiskers can sense the smallest movements left behind in the water.
Below the ice, the smallest creatures still hold the key to everything larger. The seal follows the currents of life through a world shaped by hunger and instinct. Each arch leads deeper into a labyrinth of cold and silence. No matter how far the seal travels, it must always remember the path to air. For a creature of the deep, every breath on the ice is a moment of return. This is a kingdom built around openings in the ice and the lives that pass through them.
Not all seals claim the ice in the same way. Each species has found its own place in the cold.
Crab-eater seals may seem still on the ice, but their lives are bound to the moving water below. At the edge of the flowway, the calm of the ice gives way to a world in motion. For the crab-eater seal, the drifting krill clouds are the heart of the Antarctic Sea. Beneath the ice, the same waters connect seals, penguins, krill, and every other traveler of the frozen sea. The kingdom of seals is not one place. It is every hidden passage beneath the ice. Above them, the ice is a roof of ancient pressure and frozen light. Even where the seals pass, a quieter community survives on the ocean floor. But in the deeper shadows, another presence moves through the kingdom. In these waters, every animal knows that not every shadow belongs to the ice. For now, the seal turns toward the safety of the light above. The ice receives it again, but the sea is never far away. Around them, the frozen map is changing once more. Different lives, different paths, but every one of them is bound to the same restless ice. And deeper beneath the ice, a shadow is moving toward the heart of the frozen kingdom. From the darkness, the leopard seal begins its silent passage through the kingdom of ice. Built for the coldest waters, it moves with patience through a world of shadow and silence. In the deep blue, its senses read signals too faint for the eye to see. Above, the ice breaks the daylight into 1,000 shifting paths. Far overhead, the penguins follow their own route through the frozen maze. In the Antarctic Ocean, survival often depends on the distance between light and shadow. For now, the shadow slips back into the hidden corridors beneath the ice. Elsewhere beneath the ice, the Weddell seal follows the familiar passages of its frozen home. Every ripple in the water carries information from the world beyond sight. The pulse of this kingdom begins with the smallest animals beneath the ice. For the crab-eater seal, these drifting clouds are woven into every journey beneath the ice. The frozen sea is vast, yet its inhabitants are connected by the same drifting food and moving currents. Every seal must eventually return to the thin border between water and air. On the surface, the first warning signs of a storm are already gathering. The calm kingdom of ice is beginning to change again. When the wind rises, the seals hold close to the ice that shelters them. The sea redraws its borders, separating one resting place from the next. In a storm, even a single opening in the ice can become more precious than ever. As the surface grows harsher, the shelter of the water calls once more. Below the ice, the storm becomes a distant pressure of sound and light. The true kingdom of seals stretches far beyond the visible flues above. Here, the ice creates a cathedral of corridors, shadows, and hidden paths. And in the deeper layer, the shadow has returned. The ice conceals it, then reveals it, as though the darkness itself were moving. Above lies the fragile certainty of air. Below waits the unknown. Beyond the familiar corridors, the frozen sea becomes darker and more secretive. In this vast chamber, even the largest animals can disappear in an instant. As the light fades, the ocean begins to reveal another kind of world. The seals have shown us the pathways beneath the ice. Now the darkness is calling us deeper. Beneath the Antarctic ice, not every shadow is made by the frozen world above. Beneath the ice, the shadow moves deeper into a world few creatures ever see. The leopard seal belongs to the boundary between light and darkness. In this hidden world, every ripple carries a message. Every frozen arch becomes a gate into another chamber of the sea. Far above, the storm is changing the ice with every passing wave. The deeper the path becomes, the less room there is for error. Even in the darkness, the smallest creatures continue to gather beneath the ice. Where food gathers, movement follows through every layer of the frozen sea. The shadow remains below, reading the movements above without revealing itself. High above, the penguins follow the safer routes close to the light. For now, the shadow chooses another route through the maze. Far beneath the moving ice, a quieter world endures on the seabed. At this depth, patience is as important as speed. The seal crosses between the world of the seabed and the world of the ice. Above, a single opening remains a beacon in the frozen dark. For the Weddell seal, knowing the way back to air is the oldest rule of survival. For a brief moment, the darkness beneath the ice gives way to air and light. On the surface, the storm is reshaping the frozen world once again. Where ice meets water, the Southern Ocean never truly rests. Every fracture redraws the boundary between shelter and exposure. Below the breaking ice, the hidden corridors are changing as well. The ice itself is alive, with motion, pressure, and change. As light fades from above, the ocean begins to create light of its own. In the deeper layers, some animals carry their own stars into the darkness. The deeper chamber feels less like an ocean and more like a hidden night beneath the world. The shadow is still here, moving through a world that belongs to darkness. Above is the fragile light of the surface. Ahead lies a darker frontier. But not every path beneath the ice leads deeper. Some lead back toward the open sea. Beyond the frozen maze, the coastline waits, where land and ocean meet once more. Beyond the shadow beneath the ice, giants are waiting along the frozen shore. At last, the frozen maze begins to open toward the wild coast beyond. After the darkness beneath the ice, the surface light returns like a distant promise. On this exposed shore, giants have gathered at the edge of the Southern Ocean. These are the giants of the shoreline, shaped by the harshest seas on Earth. For much of the year, the ocean owns them, but here, they return to the land. Even at rest, every breath carries the weight of a life spent between land and deep water. Against the scale of the coast, even these enormous animals seem small. On land, every movement is slow and costly, but the shore offers a rare chance to recover. Among the resting giants, the largest males dominate the shoreline. On this crowded beach, size and presence can speak louder than any battle. In the colony, every animal finds its place within a world ruled by tide, weather, and instinct. But the shore is only a pause. The ocean is where these giants truly belong. In the water, its weight disappears, replaced by remarkable speed and control. Every dive carries it away from land and into the immense wilderness of the sea. Even the largest animals can vanish quickly in the vastness of the Southern Ocean. The sea never stops reaching for the shore, and the shore never fully escapes the sea. When the weather turns, the giants of the shore endure it together. Beyond the first beach, the coastline reveals an even greater gathering of giants. This coast is a temporary refuge in one of the most unforgiving oceans on Earth. Even here, where every day is shaped by cold and wind, the next generation is growing. For a short while, the storm loosens its hold, and the colony rests. Soon, the sea will call these giants away from the coast once more. Between one breath and the next, it belongs entirely to the ocean. From above, the shoreline seems peaceful, but beyond it lies an ocean of endless movement. On this shore, strength is measured not only by size, but by the ability to endure. Here, the land and sea have created a kingdom for animals built on a colossal scale. The giants of the shoreline are only one chapter in a sea that never stops revealing itself. Beyond the coast, the sea deepens again, carrying every life toward another unknown. Beyond the shadow beneath the ice, the giants of the shoreline have revealed themselves. Beyond the giants of the shoreline, another kind of giant is moving through the open sea. Here, the ocean opens into a wilderness without borders. Then, on the horizon,
a breath rises from the sea. The humpback has returned to the cold feeding grounds of Antarctica. Below the waves, its true scale becomes impossible to ignore.
These giants do not cross the Southern Ocean alone. For a young whale, these Antarctic waters are both nursery and classroom. Close to its mother, the calf learns the rhythm of the endless sea.
Across the feeding grounds, their breaths announce a gathering of giants.
The reason for their return lies in the smallest animals of the sea.
In the Southern Ocean, the fate of giants is tied to the drifting life beneath them.
Every movement is deliberate, shaped by a body built for journeys across entire oceans. For each whale, every breath marks a brief return to the world of sky and wind. Then the giant slips below, carrying its silence into the deep. Below the surface, depth begins to erase the sounds of the world above. Below the surface, depth begins to erase the sounds of the world above. In the open ocean, even a gathering of whales can seem small against the vastness around them. Closer to the ice, the minke whale follows a different path through the frozen sea. Smaller than the humpback, it is perfectly adapted to the narrow spaces beneath the ice. In the Southern Ocean, every giant has found its own way to survive. The storm has passed, but the great migrations of the sea continue without pause.
Across the open water, the whales reveal themselves only in fleeting signs.
Farther offshore, an even larger shadow moves through the Antarctic Sea. The greatest animals ever to live on Earth still cross these cold waters.
For a moment, the ocean reveals its greatest scale, then hides it again. Again and again, the vast lives of the ocean return to this small, drifting foundation.
Where krill gather, the whales gather too, drawn by the abundance of the Southern Ocean. Among the icebergs, the whales move through a landscape older than their own migrations.
Beneath each iceberg lies another world of blue light and hidden depth.
But the whales are never still for long. The open ocean is always calling them onward.
In the Southern Ocean, the giants are always traveling between light, ice, and the endless deep.
Beyond the ice, the giants gather again in the open blue. For the young, every journey beside its mother is a lesson in the scale of the sea. In the shelter of the larger body, the calf learns to trust the deep water around it. Across the surface, each breath is a signal carried by wind over the open ocean. Their paths are written across an ocean too vast to hold still. Below the whales, the tiny foundation of this entire ecosystem drifts in endless numbers. The whales read the same abundance that has drawn life to these waters for generations.
Every turn is made with a power so gentle, it barely disturbs the sea. In this immense blue space, Even giants become part of a greater wilderness. Beneath the waves, the whales remain connected by sounds that travel farther than sight. For every dive into the blue, there is a return to wind, sky, and breath. Then the whale leaves the surface behind, carrying the light of Antarctica down with it. Depth closes around the giant, and the world above becomes a distant shimmer. Closer to the ice, the minke whale navigates spaces too narrow for the larger giants. Its smaller body is perfectly suited to the shifting architecture of the ice. In the Southern Ocean, each whale has found a different route through the same cold world. Across the ocean, the signs of life are brief, but they are everywhere. Farther offshore, the largest of all whales passes through the feeding grounds. The ocean briefly reveals a body larger than anything that has ever walked on land. Then, as suddenly as it appeared, the giant dissolves back into the blue. Once again, the secret of the giants is found in the smallest drifting creatures. The open ocean has become a meeting ground of ice, krill, and giants. Every iceberg creates its own hidden border between the familiar and the unknown. For a moment, the giants and the ice stand together beneath the Antarctic sky. But the whales are always moving onward, following the shifting abundance of the sea. From above, even the largest lives are only brief marks upon the surface of a limitless ocean. Below the paths of the whales, another world waits in the deepening blue. And near the edge of the ice, a new presence enters the Southern Ocean. Silent, coordinated, and perfectly adapted to the cold, they move where ice meets open water. The whales have passed through the open ocean. Now, at the frontier of the ice, another hunter is arriving. At the frontier of the ice, a new force enters the Southern Ocean. Their arrival is marked by nothing more than a line of fins and a breath on the wind. Every detail of its body is built for precision in the coldest waters. They do not travel as strangers. Every movement is part of a shared rhythm. Among the icebergs, the pod moves through a world of shifting walls and hidden channels. For the youngest member of the pod, the frozen sea is a world learned beside family. Every route, every sound, and every turn is passed from one generation to the next. At the surface, their breaths appear and vanish like signals across the ice. From below, the orcas become moving shadows between sea and sky. At the ice edge, every animal reads the movements of the sea with caution. For now, the pod follows the current deeper into the frozen frontier. The channels beneath the ice are roads through a landscape that never stops changing. Above them, the ice is both barrier and guide. Its gaze seems to hold the stillness of the polar sea itself. Even in the open water, their movements remain perfectly aware of one another. At this boundary, the pod travels between two worlds, open sea and frozen continent.
Even the most powerful animals in the Southern Ocean are connected to the smallest drifting lives below.
At the base of this great wilderness, the same small creatures keep the ocean alive.
The pod keeps moving, always reading the ice, the water, and one another. Their breath rises briefly into the air, then the ocean takes them back again. Now the pod follows a narrow lead deeper along the frontier of ice. In the narrow passage, every sound is carried by ice and water. Without command or hesitation, the pod turns as though guided by a single instinct. For the orcas, the ice ceiling is not an obstacle. It is part of the map.
Ahead, the familiar light begins to fade, and the open ocean grows deeper. Beyond the ice edge, the Southern Ocean opens toward another kind of wilderness. At the edge of the frozen continent, even the orcas are only shadows in a vast ocean. From above, the pod traces a living path through the shifting ice. Below their path lies a deeper world, where light grows thin and silence takes over. The orcas remain at the ice frontier, but below them, another hidden world is waiting in the deep. Below the path of the pod, the Southern Ocean opens into a deeper and quieter world. Even in the deepening blue, the youngest member remains close to the pod. Together, the pod crosses a wilderness where ice, light, and darkness meet. In the cold Southern Ocean, every feature of its body is shaped for control. The pod follows the corridors of ice, as though they are paths remembered across generations. Below the giants, delicate lives drift through the same cold current. Every layer of this ocean carries life, from the smallest swarm to the greatest travelers. After the blue depth, the pod turns once more toward light and air. At the surface, each breath becomes a brief signal across the frozen frontier. The storm has passed, but the ice frontier remains a world in constant motion. For the calf, the lessons of the ice are written in every movement beside its family. Without hesitation, the group changes course as one living current. Even in the coldest water, their movement carries a rare kind of grace. The pod is leaving the tight corridors of ice for the wider freedom of the open sea. Above the water, another traveler is following the same restless frontier. The sea and sky overlap here, separated only by a trembling skin of water. While the pod follows the currents below, wings read the invisible highways of the wind. Far above the waves, the albatross begins a journey measured not in miles, but in horizons. For a moment, the paths of ocean giants and sky travelers cross above the same cold sea. Below, the pod continues into blue silence. Above, the first wings take command of the sky. The hunters of the ice frontier are already disappearing into the endless ocean. For the albatross, the open ocean is not a barrier. It is home. With barely a movement, its wings turn wind into distance. Above the abyss, The albatross rides a world that never holds still. Below the wings, the ocean giants keep moving through their own hidden world. Two worlds share this horizon, the silent ocean below and the endless sky above. The birds are gathering now, carried by wind across the edge of the world. The pod fades beneath the waves, leaving the sky to a new generation of travelers. The orcas remain guardians of the ice frontier, but above the abyss, the wings of the Southern Ocean are only beginning their journey. Above the abyss, the albatross begins a journey with no visible road to follow. With almost no effort, the wind carries it farther than any creature on land could travel. For this bird, the sky is not separate from the sea. It is another current to ride. Every feather is tuned to the movement of air across the open water. Out here, distance has no meaning except the next horizon. The albatross is not alone. Smaller wings are carried by the same Antarctic wind. Each species reads the sky in its own way, but all are bound to the rhythm of the sea. At the boundary of sea and sky, the smallest movement can carry a bird beyond the next wave. From beneath the sea, the birds become fleeting shadows, moving across the light. Ahead, the wind is changing, and the open ocean is gathering its strength once more. Ahead, the wind is changing, and the open ocean is gathering its strength once more. Where other creatures would struggle, the albatross finds its advantage in the wind. The ocean wind gathers wings from every direction. Even the heavier birds learn to use the wind as a road across the sea. The birds gather where wind, current, and life begin to meet. Below the wings, two currents meet and begin to concentrate the life of the ocean. Under the surface, invisible currents are carrying food upward from the deep. The rising current brings the first great swarms toward the light. Where krill gather, other lives soon follow through every layer of the sea. From the sky, the birds can read the signs of abundance before they're visible to anything else. The lone traveler is no longer alone. The ocean is calling more wings to the same place. Across the open ocean, a gathering begins above an unseen feast. Above and below the surface, the same invisible current is drawing the food web together. The albatross rides onward, following the ancient paths of wind and abundance. The signs are growing stronger. The ocean below is becoming alive with movement. Beneath the birds, the first great feeding grounds are beginning to form. And far beyond the wings, the first giant has sensed the same gathering beneath the waves. The sky is filling with wings, and the horizon is answering with breath. Across one narrow band of water, the ocean is gathering life on an extraordinary scale. Now the journey enters the heart of the abundance that feeds the Southern Ocean. Where wind, current, and ice converge, the great feeding grounds of the Southern Ocean are coming alive. The signs are now impossible to ignore. The Southern Ocean is gathering life
in one place. The birds follow every ripple, guided by signs hidden beneath the surface. At the boundary of wind and water, every wave can reveal a new opportunity. Above and below, the same invisible current is drawing the food web together. At the heart of this gathering are creatures small enough to fit in the palm of a hand. As the swarm grows denser, more lives are drawn into its orbit. From far beyond the horizon, the giants have arrived at the same place. In this place of abundance, wings and giants follow the same moving signal. The whale follows the living current with a patience learned across countless migrations. For a brief moment, the whole Southern Ocean seems connected through one living cloud. The sky is filling with wings as the ocean gathers its largest travelers beneath them. In the rising wind, the albatross remains effortless, master of the air above the abyss. Every dip toward the surface is timed to the shifting movements below. The ocean's surface has become a meeting point for life from sea and sky. Within the swarm, the scale of the ocean is measured in countless small lives. The giant moves carefully through the abundance that sustains its long journey. The gathering is growing, stretching across the water as far as the eye can see. Here, the forces of wind, current, and ice have created one of the greatest gatherings on Earth. For a few seconds, sea, sky, and ice are joined by the breath of a giant. The great whale and the smallest swarm are bound by the same ancient exchange. For the albatross, this abundance is only one chapter in a life spent crossing limitless water. Its wings carry it over a world of movement, without ever needing to touch the land. At every depth, the feeding ground is alive with movement and purpose. More giants are arriving, drawn by the same pulse of life rising from below. The Southern Ocean has become a living crossroads where every current carries life toward the surface. The wings may scatter across the sky, but the ocean continues to draw them back together. But beneath the spectacle above, the true engine of abundance continues in silence. The abundance of this place reaches far beyond what the sky can see. From the smallest drift to the widest wing, every life here is part of one great exchange. Above the abyss, the wings have revealed the gathering. Now the great feeding grounds of the Southern Ocean are fully alive. Here, where wind and current meet, the Southern Ocean reveals one of its greatest feeding grounds. From the air, the first signs of abundance appear as movement across the surface. Beneath the birds lies the living foundation of the Southern Ocean.
Each creature is small, but together they become a force powerful enough to draw giants from across the sea.
The first whales arrive with the patience of travelers who know this ocean well. Every movement is measured, guided by the shifting shape of the swarm. Above the water, a single breath announces the arrival of another giant. Across the surface, the feeding ground expands into a gathering visible from the sky.
For a brief time, the sky and sea are bound together by the same abundance.
Closer to the ice, the minke whale follows its own narrow route through the same rich waters. Smaller than the humpbacks, it is perfectly adapted to the shifting spaces of the ice and sea. Different giants share the same ocean, each finding its own place within the moving feast.
The birds follow every change in the surface, reading patterns no map could show. Above the feeding ground, the albatross watches a world of movement from the edge of the wind. The whales begin to move with the slow coordination of animals shaped by the same ancient rhythm. The water itself becomes part of the whale's silent strategy. In one living frame, the feeding ground connects the smallest swarm to the greatest giants. For a few moments, the ocean's surface becomes a stage for the power of abundance. The gathering has grown into a moving constellation across the Southern Ocean. Yet below the spectacle, the cold water grows quieter and more mysterious. At the margins of the feast, seals follow the currents into the same cold abundance. No life here exists alone. Every route crosses the path of another traveler. From the cold depths to the bright surface, one current carries life through every level of the sea. Even the penguins arrive at the edges of this abundance, each finding a path through the cold. Across the feeding ground, every species claims a different piece of the same moving ocean. For a short season, this ocean becomes one of the richest places on Earth. Here, life must survive, where warmth is almost unknown. Above, the ocean is alive with plenty. Below, survival belongs to those built for the cold.
The great feeding grounds have revealed the ocean's abundance. Now the journey turns toward the creatures that survive without warmth.
Below the abundance above, the Southern Ocean becomes colder, darker, and far more demanding. Here, even the smallest creatures are built to endure a world without warmth. In the cold depths, fragile drifters carry the ocean's energy farther downward. Far from the surface, every movement must be measured against the cold. The ocean's riches may begin near the light, but their influence reaches into every hidden layer below. On the seafloor, life waits patiently for the ocean's slow rain from above. In this cold stillness, patience becomes another form of survival. At the edge of darkness, even the slowest lives remain part of the great ocean cycle.
Even the seals descend through these colder layers, following hidden paths across the sea.
But every traveler of the deep must eventually turn back toward air. Above the cold depths, the feeding grounds are still alive with motion. The giants continue their patient journey through the abundance of the upper sea. For every giant beneath the waves, the surface is only a brief passage between two worlds. The feeding ground is beginning to spread, carried outward by wind and current. For one brief season, this is a world of extraordinary plenty.
But no gathering lasts forever. The currents are already beginning to carry the swarms apart.
As abundance shifts,
every creature must decide where to follow it next. The whales move onward, following the changing map of food across the Southern Ocean.
Above the waves, the wings scatter into the wind, searching for the next sign of life. The great feeding ground slowly dissolves back into the vastness of the ocean. As the surface world fades, survival belongs to creatures made for cold and darkness. Here, a fragile body must survive in water colder than most life can endure. In the cold twilight, life becomes slower, softer, and almost invisible. Every creature here carries its own answer to the problem of surviving the cold. The warmth of the surface has vanished. Only the cold remains.
This is a world where life persists, not because conditions are kind, but because evolution has found a way. When sunlight can no longer reach, the ocean begins to make its own light.
In this cold twilight, every shadow may hold another secret.
The journey now leaves the great feeding grounds behind and enters a realm where warmth no longer exists. Above, the ocean is rich with life, but below, survival begins where warmth ends. Here, beyond the warmth of the surface, life continues in the coldest silence of the Southern Ocean.
A body almost too fragile to see has found a way to survive where the water never truly warms. In the cold twilight, even the simplest drifters become part of the ocean's endless living current. Without warmth or sunlight, the ocean creates beauty from the smallest motions of life. Every movement costs energy here, and every creature must spend it with care.
For a fish of the polar sea, survival means moving through water that would defeat most life. Some Antarctic fish have evolved bodies unlike any others, shaped entirely by the demands of the cold.
Near the bottom, the cold gathers every form of life into a slower rhythm.
Even in darkness, the seabed is not empty. It is a patient garden beneath the ice-cold sea.
Here, patience is not weakness. It is the oldest strategy of the cold. At this depth, life does not rush. It waits for the ocean to bring what it needs. The simplest creatures can endure the longest when the ocean gives them time. The deeper the journey goes, the more life seems to become made of glass and shadow. When daylight weakens, the ocean begins to write its own stars into the darkness. In the cold twilight, even a single shadow can hold a life almost invisible to the eye. For some creatures, survival means becoming almost indistinguishable from the world around them. The smallest travelers carry on through the cold, unseen by the giants above. What appears empty from above is filled with thousands of quiet lives below. With every meter downward, the cold becomes more complete and the light more distant. This is the borderland where sunlight ends and another ocean begins. In the cold darkness, even a fragile body can become a master of disappearance. Far below the surface storms, a slower civilization endures on the seafloor. In this cold world, even the strangest forms of life have found their place. Scale means little here. every creature is small beneath the weight of the deep sea. Above lies a world of wind and waves. Down here, the cold has its own laws. The camera rises again, leaving the patient world of the seafloor behind. In the open water, the living shapes become lighter, stranger, and more difficult to find. Some creatures seem less like animals than ghosts carried by the cold current. Ahead, the cold twilight gives way to a realm of ghostly travelers in the open sea. Life without warmth has shown us its quiet endurance. Now the Southern Ocean reveals the ghosts of its open water. Beyond the last trace of warmth, the open water is filled with lives that seem almost unreal. Some travel together, linked like a living thread through the cold abyss. In the deep cold, even the gentlest movement can create its own light. For a creature built of transparency, darkness can become the perfect shelter. Out here, every life drifts alone through a world with no visible boundaries.
Some creatures survive by becoming almost impossible to see.
In the absence of sunlight, the ocean fills its darkness with living sparks. Some travelers carry a small piece of light with them into the cold. Even here, where the water seems empty, life continues to connect itself in unexpected forms. The farther the light recedes, the more the Southern Ocean begins to resemble another planet. Even in the coldest water, some lives still follow the memory of light above. Between the bright world above and the dark world below lies a realm of fragile survivors.
The smallest lives are often the ones that carry the greatest resilience.
In this water without warmth, survival is written in softness, patience, and time. The deeper route is not marked by land or stars, only by the falling traces of life above. For the animals of the deep cold, slowing down is not surrender. It is survival.
Down here, the ocean does not reward speed. It rewards endurance.
In the cold seabed world, even the strangest forms become part of the natural order. In the deep Southern Ocean, every creature is small beneath the scale of the cold. Leaving the seabed behind, the journey returns to the ghostly open water above.
In open water, some lives are revealed only when the light catches them for a single second.
The cold sea hides its creatures not with walls, but with transparency and shadow. Ahead, the darkness is no longer empty. It is full of hidden travelers. What looks like emptiness is actually a world of ghosts drifting between light and darkness. Here, every encounter is brief, silent, and soon swallowed by the dark. The surface world still exists above, but it feels impossibly far away. As the last sunlight fades, the ocean begins to reveal its secret constellation. A shadow crosses the darkness, then vanishes as though it was never there. The cold has taught these creatures how to endure. The darkness will now reveal how they disappear. The cold has taught these creatures how to endure. The darkness will now reveal how they disappear. In the open water, the first ghosts emerge from a darkness that seems empty,
only from above. In the open water, the first ghosts emerge from a darkness that seems empty only from above. A creature made almost entirely of water and moves through the cold without leaving a trace.
In this cold ocean, even the smallest pulse of life can carry a body through the dark. In this cold ocean, even the smallest pulse of life can carry a body through the dark. Here, survival can mean becoming less visible than the water itself. Some ghosts do not drift alone. They travel together through the open sea. Without sunlight, the smallest movement becomes visible only through a whisper of light. Some animals carry their own small stars into the cold, dark water. Some animals carry their own small stars into the cold, dark water. What looks like emptiness is alive with travelers too subtle for the surface world to notice. The surface still exists, but from here it feels like a memory from another world. The surface still exists, but from here it feels like a memory from another world. When the sun cannot reach this far, the ocean makes its own constellations.
A shape appears in the darkness, then disappears before the eye can understand it.
In the twilight sea, life is no longer defined by shape alone, but by the slightest trace of movement. In the twilight sea, life is no longer defined by shape alone, but by the slightest trace of movement.
Softness is not weakness in the open ocean. It is another way to endure. Softness is not weakness in the open ocean. It is another way to endure. Beyond the edge of daylight lies a realm where darkness is not absence, but habitat. For a moment, the water reveals one of its hidden ghosts, then takes it back. Far below the drifting ghosts, the seabed waits in its own patient darkness.
In this deep cold, surviving can mean moving so slowly that time itself seems to pause. Above the bottom and below the light, the open water holds an entire world of silent wanderers. Above the bottom and below the light, the open water holds an entire world of silent wanderers. Each fragile pulse carries another traveler through a sea with no roads and no resting place. Here, darkness is never complete. Life keeps answering it with light. The last connection to daylight is gone. Now the journey enters the true twilight of the Southern Ocean. The ghosts of the open water have led us beyond the last blue light. Ahead begins the true twilight zone.
Even the strangest bodies have found a place within this cold and ancient world. Leaving the seafloor behind, the journey returns to the drifting world between the surface and the abyss. In open water, some lives can be seen only when darkness briefly lets them reflect. What looks like a void is a hidden landscape of ghosts moving between light and darkness. Here begin the twilight zone, where sunlight has faded and living light takes its place. Some fish carry their own lanterns through a world where the sun can no longer guide them. A moving constellation passes through the cold, dark water. What appears empty is filled with stars that swim.
Not all light is a signal. Sometimes it is simply the beauty of life moving through darkness.
In the twilight zone, darkness is alive with quiet signals. Some lights belong not to one creature, but to an entire drifting colony. In the deepest cold, even a fragile glow can point toward another layer of the ocean. Here, a shadow may be the only proof that another life has passed by. In water this cold, every movement is deliberate, every moment precious. Every night, countless lives move between darkness and the faintest trace of light. In the twilight zone, a school of fish can become a galaxy in motion. Its light is small, but in this darkness, it is enough to make a world appear. The deeper path is marked only by the slow rain of life from the ocean above. The twilight zone is neither day nor night. It is a separate world between them. Among the lights, a nearly invisible traveler moves through the same darkness without a sound. Above, a final memory of the sun still lingers. Below, life has learned to shine for itself. In a place ruled by darkness, the most fragile lives can still appear luminous. Light appears, disappears, and leaves the ocean changed, only for an instant. Even at the edge of the seabed, faint signals from the open water still reach the cold floor. For the quiet hunters of the seafloor, stillness is its own kind of camouflage. From the floor of the ocean to the highest dark layers, the twilight zone is threaded with life. The journey rises again into a water world, lit not by the sky, but by life itself. Fish, drifters, and gelatinous colonies share one darkness, each glowing in its own way. One small pulse can reveal an entire hidden world for a heartbeat. The deeper the camera travels, the more the darkness begins to glow. A ghost crosses a living constellation, then returns to the dark. In this hidden realm, darkness is not the end of light. It is where light begins again. The twilight zone has revealed its first lights. Deeper still, the darkness is waiting to shine. The twilight zone is no longer empty darkness. It is a world illuminated by life itself. A school of fish becomes a constellation, each small light moving with the others through the cold. Its body carries a private pattern of light, designed for a world without dawn. Through the twilight, countless small lives follow ancient vertical paths between darkness and food. In the deep cold, even the softest creature can carry a quiet light into the dark. The water fills with creatures that seem less like animals than moving fragments of light. For a moment, another traveler is revealed. Then, transparency returns it to the dark. The darkness stretches endlessly, but life has filled it with its own small signals. Here, an entire colony can drift as one presence through the deep water. In the twilight zone, even the dimmest glow can become a guide through the unknown. At this scale, a current, a particle, and a flash of light can decide the course of a life. Through the darkness, every layer of water carries life, moving in a different direction. The deeper camera travels, the more the darkness begins to shine from within. A ghost moves across a constellation,
then vanish before the darkness can explain it. One pulse of living light can transform the dark into a world of shapes and movement. The only map to the deeper ocean is written in the falling traces of life above. Even the seabed receives echoes of the living lights that drift through the water above. For the quiet animals of the deep floor, stillness is another way to disappear. From the floor of the ocean to the highest dark layers, the twilight zone is threaded with light. The camera rises again into a sea lit not by the sky, but by the creatures within it. Fish, drifters, and living colonies share one darkness, each glowing in its own quiet way. In a world ruled by darkness, the most fragile lives can still become luminous. The deeper the journey goes, the more the darkness reveals a hidden language of light. A ghost crosses the living constellation, then returns to the black water beyond. In this hidden realm, darkness is not the end of light. It is where light begins again. Every meeting in the twilight zone is brief, silent, and soon swallowed by the deep. The world of waves and wind still exists above, but it feels impossibly far away. As every trace of daylight fades, the ocean reveals a secret sky made of living light. The twilight zone has shown its hidden stars. Deeper ahead, the darkness is preparing to shine. The twilight zone has revealed its hidden lights. Now the Southern Ocean enters a deeper dark. In the darkness beyond daylight, the Southern Ocean begins to glow with life of its own. A light smaller than a grain of sand can still break the darkness of the deep. In the deepest water, the lanternfish carry their own night sky with them. Its body is written in light, a private signal in a world without sunrise. Not every light is a warning. Some are simply the living beauty of motion in the dark. The cold water fills with shapes that seem to be made from light and glass. Some lights belong not to a single animal, but to an entire drifting community. In the deep ocean, even the weakest glow can become a direction. For one brief moment, a hidden traveler is revealed by the lights around it. What appears to be a void is a hidden sky full of living stars. In water this cold, every movement is precious, every flash of light meaningful. In the darkness, a school of fish becomes a constellation in motion. Every night, hidden migrations carry countless lives through layers of darkness. One pulse of living light can transform darkness into a world of movement. The only map to the deeper ocean is written in falling traces of life. The farther the journey goes, the more the darkness reveals its hidden language of light. Among the stars of the deep, a ghost moves silently through the dark. In a realm ruled by darkness, the most fragile lives can still appear luminous. Here, a colony of delicate bodies drifts like a living chandelier beneath the ocean. The deeper sea has no ceiling, no floor, only light drifting through endless dark. Even the cold seafloor receives echoes of the living lights above.
For the quiet hunters of the deep floor, stillness is another kind of invisibility. From the cold floor to the highest dark layers, the ocean is threaded with light.
The camera rises again into a water world, lit not by the sky, but by life itself. Fish, drifters, and living colonies share one darkness, each glowing in its own quiet way.
In the deep, a single pulse can reveal a hidden world for only a heartbeat.
The deeper the journey goes, the more the darkness answers with light.
A ghost crosses the living constellation, then returns to darkness beyond sight. In this hidden realm, darkness is not the end of light. It is where light begins again.
The lights in the darkness have revealed a hidden universe. Beyond them, the Southern Ocean still keeps deeper secrets.
Beyond the first lights, the darkness opens into an ocean that glows from within. In this hidden world, even the smallest spark can briefly create a universe around itself. Together, the lanternfish turn the darkness into a moving constellation. Its light is not bright enough to defeat the darkness, only enough to survive inside it. Some lights are not signals at all. They are the beauty of life moving through the deep. The dark water is filled with creatures that seem to be made from glass, light, and silence. Here, an entire colony can drift as one delicate source of light. In the deep ocean, even a faint glow can become a path through the unknown. For one fleeting second, light reveals a traveler the darkness had almost erased. What seems like a void is a hidden sky, alive with countless moving stars. In water this cold, every movement must be worth the energy it costs. Across the same water column, every creature follows a different path through the night. The deeper the camera travels, the more the darkness begins to shine from within. A ghost crosses a living constellation, then disappears before the deep can explain it. One pulse of living light can turn darkness into shape, movement, and mystery. The only map to the deeper ocean is written in the slow fall of life from above. Even the seafloor receives echoes from the lights drifting through the water above. For the quiet hunters of the deep floor, stillness is another form of camouflage. From the cold floor to the highest dark layers, the ocean is threaded with living light. The camera rises again into a sea, lit not by the sky, but by the lives within it. At last, the current begins to rise, carrying the journey back toward a different kind of light. Along the rising slope, the first signs of a hidden garden appear. Where the current delivers food, even the quietest life can flourish. After the darkness, the seafloor begins to bloom with life adapted to the cold. Beneath the frozen world above, another garden has been growing in silence. In this quiet garden, every surface becomes a place where life can take hold. Even here, in a world of stillness, hidden travelers move between the living structures. Above this garden hangs a ceiling of ice, turning the cold sea into a cathedral of blue light.
The lights of the deep have led the journey back to a new hidden world beneath the ice. The darkness has revealed its lights. Now beneath the ice, the Southern Ocean reveals a garden unlike any other. Beneath the frozen ceiling, a hidden garden continues to grow in the coldest sea on Earth. Every rock, every ledge, and every quiet current has become a place where life can take hold. In this garden, even the simplest creatures turn the passing current into life. Here, movement is slow, but every patient step carries life across the frozen seafloor. Even the quiet fish of the under-ice garden have learned to move as gently as the current itself. Above the garden, the ice turns every beam of light into a shifting blue cathedral. Nothing in this hidden garden is wasted. Every drifting particle becomes part of another life. Within the smallest spaces, another universe of life is always moving. In the under-ice world, survival belongs not to the fastest, but to those built for patience. The cold has not silenced this garden. It has only taught life to bloom more slowly. The garden stretches farther than the eye can see, hidden inside corridors shaped by ice and stone. In this cold garden, even the strangest creatures move with quiet purpose. No matter how strange its shape, every creature here is part of the same frozen ecosystem. Where currents slow and food gathers, delicate forests can rise from bare stone. In the smallest scale, this garden is as vast and complex as any forest on land. For the quiet fish, every arch and shadow offers a path through the blue under-ice world. Above every life in this garden hangs the same ceiling of ice, beautiful and unforgiving. The current is the gardener here, carrying food, light, and possibility across the frozen seabed. Deeper inside the garden, every shadow holds another pocket of life. In the cold stillness, even a single slow journey becomes part of the story of the garden. Protected from the open ocean, the basin has become a sanctuary beneath the ice. Even beneath the smallest overhang, the garden creates shelter for creatures that prefer the dark. But within the shadows, another resident of the garden is beginning to reveal itself. Built for silence and disguise, the octopus belongs to every shadow beneath the ice. Its world is not defined by speed, but by patience, touch, and the color of the stone beneath it. When it moves, the garden itself seems to move with it.
For a moment, the hidden master of the garden crosses beneath the frozen roof of its world.
Then the garden closes around it again, keeping its secrets beneath the ice. In the quiet beneath the ice, every shadow can hold a mind at work. The Garden of Ice has revealed its hidden life. Now, within its shadows, the Antarctic octopus begins its silent journey. In the Garden of Ice, the octopus moves where the light becomes shadow. Stillness is its first defense. In a single moment, the octopus can become part of the seafloor itself. From within the shadows, the garden is read through sight, touch, and the movement of water. Every arm becomes a hand, reading the hidden contours of the frozen seafloor. It does not rush through the garden. It becomes part of its rhythm. Beneath the ice, Every passage is a corridor through a world built from blue light and stone. In an instant, the animal changes its surface, borrowing the colors of the world around it. The garden does not hide the octopus. The octopus becomes the garden. Around the hidden traveler, the smallest lives continue their endless work in the cold. When the garden opens before it, the octopus begins another quiet crossing beneath the ice. For a moment, the silent master of the garden crosses beneath a roof of frozen light. It waits, listens, and feels the water before choosing its next path. Where stone closes in, the flexible body of the octopus finds a passage no larger creature could follow. Inside the rock, touch becomes more important than sight. Beyond the stone passage, another hidden chamber opens inside the garden. Protected by ice and stone, this quiet chamber holds a world that few ever see. It changes again, borrowing the pattern of the garden as easily as a shadow follows stone. Every arm gathers information from the cold floor, sensing details invisible to the eye. The more carefully you look, the more the garden reveals how little of it is ever truly still. The ice above never stops shaping the world beneath it, even in silence. The octopus leaves the safety of the chamber and follows the garden toward deeper shadow. At the edge of the garden, the familiar blue light begins to surrender to deeper water. Ahead lies another passage, where the garden gives way to the unknown below. Before entering the darkness, it tests the water with the patience of a creature built for secrets. The frozen garden recedes behind, and a new hidden world begins ahead. In the tightest passages, the octopus travels where few other animals can go. The garden has shaped this creature for a life of silence, touch, and endless adaptation. Behind it lies a garden of ice. Ahead lies the private world of the Antarctic octopus. The garden of ice has opened its final shadow. Now the story belongs to the Antarctic octopus. Beyond the garden of ice, the Antarctic octopus enters a world made for silence, shadow, and touch. Here, every wall becomes a path, and every crevice becomes part of its hidden territory. For the octopus, the seafloor is not simply seen. It is read through every touch. In a single quiet moment, the animal borrows the colors and textures of the world around it. The octopus does not simply hide in this world. It becomes part of it. Beyond the narrow passage, another hidden chamber opens beneath the ice.
Each step through the chamber is measured against the slow rhythm of the cold sea.
Around the larger traveler, tiny lives continue their own journeys through the quiet chamber. Stillness allows the octopus to listen to a world that never truly stops moving. Above it hangs the frozen roof of a world shaped by ice, time, and pressure. Even in darkness, the smallest change in light can redraw the animal's living camouflage. The chamber offers no obvious road, but the octopus sees possibility in every opening. Before entering, it tests the unknown with the patience of a creature built for hidden places. Where stone narrows, flexibility becomes a form of freedom. Beyond the chamber, the under-ice world begins to slope toward deeper water. The farther it travels from the garden, the more the familiar light begins to fade. As the world changes around it, the octopus changes with it.
Behind lies the Garden of Ice. Ahead lies the wider wilderness beneath Antarctica. At the edge of the octopus's path, another ancient shape begins to emerge from the cold. In the Antarctic cold, even the creatures of the seabed can grow into strange and remarkable forms. Two masters of the cold share the same silence, each following its own unseen path. Each step is slow and deliberate, as though the creature is walking across another world. The octopus pauses, not in fear, but in the endless caution required by life beneath the ice. The octopus returns to shadow, leaving the open ledge to another inhabitant of the cold. Where the octopus finds shadow, the sea spider continues across the exposed floor of the deep. Long-legged and patient, it moves through the Antarctic seabed as if gravity itself has slowed. One strange figure becomes many, revealing a hidden community of the cold seabed. Beneath the ice, the strange shapes of the seabed live under the same fading blue sky. The octopus has disappeared into its private world. The sea spiders now lead the journey farther across the cold seafloor.
The Antarctic octopus has shown us the secrets of shadow. Now the spiders of the sea step forward into the frozen wilderness. The octopus has vanished into shadow. Now another strange survivor carries the journey across the frozen seabed.
Each measured step is shaped by a world where cold slows everything except endurance. At the smallest scale, even a single step becomes an expedition through a living landscape.
Across the cold shelf, the sea spiders travel alone, yet never truly leave the hidden community of the seabed. Above, the ice holds the world in blue silence. Below, the strange walkers of the sea continue their patient lives. Where the slope becomes too steep for most creatures, long legs turn the rock face into another road. Stillness is not emptiness here. It is the rhythm of survival in water close to freezing. What first seemed like a barren shelf is revealed as a crowded world of slow and resilient lives. From beneath their delicate legs, the seafloor becomes a forest of shadows and moving forms. Beyond the garden and the rocky shelf, the cold seafloor falls away into a deeper wilderness. The camera leaves the familiar ledges behind and follows the slope toward a colder, deeper world. Even as the light fades, the sea spider continues into territory where the garden can no longer grow. On the lower slope, even the sediment holds a hidden world of lives too small to see from above. Different bodies, different paths, yet both are shaped by the same demanding cold. Across the plain, the long-legged walkers appear and vanish like figures moving through a winter storm. Even on the open slope, life finds shelter in the smallest rise of stone and living tissue. The ice is still there, but from this depth, it feels like a distant memory. In the open darkness, one quiet creature becomes a symbol of endurance at the edge of the deep. The current carries the journey onward, away from the spiders and toward another hidden kingdom of the Southern Ocean. Where rock rises from the deep floor, the sea spiders gather among the last islands of structure. They share the same cold territory, with no need for noise, speed, or display. In the vastness of the deep,
every creature eventually returns to its own path. Below the final ledges, the seafloor opens into a basin where darkness gathers without end. The sea spiders remain behind, but the cold wilderness continues into deeper territory. For a final moment, one long-legged figure remains at the border between the garden and the abyss. Ahead, the familiar shapes of the shelf become fewer, and the deep begins to change its rules. The last trace of the sea spiders disappears beneath the slow snowfall of the deep. The under-ice wilderness has widened into a silent plain beyond the reach of blue light.
Octopus has returned to shadow. The sea spiders have crossed the cold floor. Now the journey enters a deeper kingdom beneath Antarctica.
The Antarctic octopus has shown us the secrets of shadow. The sea spiders have revealed the cold seafloor. In the silence of the deep basin, the spiders of the sea continue their ancient walk.
In a world without trees or shelter, long legs carry this creature across the open floor of the deep.
Every step leaves only a temporary mark before the slow snowfall of the ocean covers it again. For the sea spider, even a small ridge in the seafloor becomes part of a vast journey.
Even here, where the seafloor seems empty, life gathers around the smallest places of shelter.
What first seemed like solitude becomes a hidden community moving patiently through the cold. From beneath its legs, the deep seafloor becomes a forest of moving shadows. Far above, the ice still exists, but down here, it has become only a memory in the darkness.
Different creatures share the same cold floor, each following a separate path through the deep.
Beneath every larger traveler, another world of smaller lives is always in motion. Where a piece of rock rises from the basin floor, life finds a new foothold in the cold. Across the flat basin, these isolated rocks become islands of life in an ocean of sediment.
Built for the deep cold, the sea spider moves with a patience that matches the ocean around it.
At the edge of the known seafloor, one quiet walker becomes a monument to endurance. The current carries the camera onward, beyond the sea spiders, and into the wider hidden world beneath Antarctica. Ahead, the darkness begins to change shape as a hidden ridge rises from the basin floor. Where hard rock meets the deep current, the first branches of another hidden kingdom begin to appear.
The sea spider reaches the boundary where open sediment gives way to a rising forest of stone and living branches.
The deeper ridge is not barren after all. It is becoming a garden built for cold water and darkness. Along this ridge, the current delivers the drifting food that allows a hidden forest to grow. In the smallest branches, the deep ridge creates shelter for lives almost too small to notice. For the sea spider, the deep ridge becomes another landscape of pathways, shelter, and shadow. The long-legged walker has led us to a place where the deep seafloor begins to bloom. Beyond the sediment basin, another world unfolds. A cold water forest hidden in the deep. In the deep cold, each branch and surface becomes a home for another quiet survivor. In the deep cold, each branch and surface becomes a home for another quiet survivor.
The spiders of the sea are not alone. They are part of a larger hidden community beneath Antarctica.
Above this hidden forest, the deep water remains endless and dark. Above this hidden forest, the deep water remains endless and dark.
The deeper the camera enters, the more the ridge reveals the richness hidden beneath its shadows. The sea spider has carried the journey from the silent plain to the threshold of a living reef.
The spiders of the sea have crossed the frozen wilderness. Ahead, the cold water coral kingdoms rise from the deep.
Beyond the frozen plain, the ridge rises into a hidden forest built by the cold sea itself. Where deep currents meet hard stone, life gathers branch by branch in the Antarctic dark.
Each branch is a shelter, a surface, and a chance for another small life to endure.
For the sea spider, this living reef becomes a maze of pathways through the cold.
The long-legged walkers do not own this reef. They simply move through its ancient architecture.
Above the coral forest, the dark water remains endless. Below it, life clings to every rise of stone.
The deeper the camera enters, the more the ridge becomes a hidden city of branches and shadows.
The deeper the camera enters, the more the ridge becomes a hidden city of branches and shadows. In the quiet spaces between branches, even stillness becomes part of the reef's design. The cold water reef is no small refuge. It is a kingdom spread across the deep Antarctic ridge. From within the reef, the deep sea becomes a forest of legs, branches, and drifting snow. Across the ridge, every surface supports a quiet traveler, shaped by the same relentless cold. The reef grows slowly, but its complexity rivals any forest beneath the sunlit sea. Even the quiet fish of the deep find shelter among the branches of the cold water reef. The ridge reaches upward through the deep, catching the drifting gifts of the ocean, one particle at a time. For the smallest animals, a single coral branch can become an entire landscape. The sea spider pauses at the forest's edge, another quiet resident of this deep Antarctic kingdom. The spiders have carried the journey far from the silent plain, into a forest hidden beneath the ice. From above, the deep reef reveals itself as a living mosaic spread across the Antarctic ridge. The current grows stronger, carrying the camera beyond the sea spiders and deeper into the coral kingdom. The spiders remain behind in the reef. Ahead, the ridge reveals a deeper architecture of cold water life. The deep ridge becomes a corridor of living branches, guiding the journey through the hidden reef. These corals do not need sunlight. The current itself sustains their hidden world. The farther the camera travels, the more the reef reveals a kingdom built layer by layer in darkness. In the deep Antarctic dark, the reef rises like a forest, reaching into night.
Among the branches, the reef offers passage and shelter to every creature built for cold water.
What began as a single dark ridge has become a vast kingdom of coral beneath the ice. The spiders of the sea have brought us to the threshold. Beyond them begins the true kingdom of cold water coral. Ahead, an entire cliff has become alive, with branches growing in the frozen deep.
The journey leaves the Antarctic sea stars behind and enters a deeper architecture of life, built without sunlight.
The spiders of the sea have crossed the silent basin. Ahead, the cold water coral kingdoms rise from the deep. Here, beneath the ice and beyond the reach of sunlight, a kingdom of coral rises from the deep. Every wall of this frozen deep has become a shelter for life. Each fragile polyp gathers a little from the current, building a kingdom one particle at a time.
The current is the lifeblood of this dark forest.
delivering food to every branch and hidden crevice. Above the reef, the darkness is endless. Below it, life has found a way to bloom. What appears silent is filled with countless lives, sharing the same narrow spaces.
For the quiet fish of the deep, the reef offers protection in every fold of stone and coral. In the deep cold, even stillness becomes part of the reef's living design. The reef becomes a passageway, guiding the journey deeper through its hidden architecture.
The simplest forms of life turn the passing water into a source of survival.
The kingdom stretches farther than the eye can follow, built slowly across the ancient ridge.
Here, the cliff itself has become a living wall beneath Antarctica. For the smallest animals, one branch can hold an entire world of shelter. No sunlight reaches this forest, yet every branch reaches into the current as if it were searching for dawn. Inside the reef, light is absent, but structure gives the deep sea 1,000 places to hide. The reef is never still. Its hidden residents move quietly from shelter to shelter.
One spire of coral can become a tower of life in the emptiness of the deep.
The kingdom is not a single reef. It is a landscape of cliffs, passages, and living walls.
As the reef descends, the stone beneath it begins to reveal a more ancient story.
Even within the coral kingdom, the earth beneath the sea is never truly still.
The living forest begins to thin, and the deep stone takes control of the landscape. At the edge of the reef, the seafloor begins to reveal another source of life. From deep within the earth, a hidden current rises into the cold ocean. Behind lie the kingdom of coral. Ahead, the deep begins to breathe through stone.
The reef has given way to ancient rock, and the ocean is following a path toward the heat below. Even near the hidden warmth of the earth, life finds a place in the smallest spaces.
The coral kingdom fades into memory as the journey enters a deeper geological world. Far ahead, the seafloor opens along a crack that reaches toward the hidden heat of the planet.
Beneath the frozen ocean, fire has never truly disappeared. It has only been waiting in the dark. The coral kingdoms have revealed life without sunlight. Now the journey follows the hidden fire beneath the ice. Beyond the last branches of coral, the seafloor opens toward a source of hidden energy beneath the ice. Beyond the last branches of coral, the seafloor opens toward a source of hidden energy beneath the ice.
From a fracture in the earth, another current begins its quiet rise into the deep.
The stone is changing slowly, marked by forces rising from far below the ocean floor. Even in the dark, the chemistry of the earth begins to shape a new landscape.
What seemed like one fracture is part of a wider system breathing through the ancient rock.
Even near the earth's hidden warmth, the smallest survivors find shelter in the cracks.
The coral kingdom is gone now. Ahead, the journey follows the hidden pulse of the planet itself. This is not one hidden source, but a whole valley where the deep earth meets the southern ocean. In the deep valley, stone, water, and life are bound together by forces no sunlight can reach. Above this hidden valley, the deep ocean remains dark. Below it,
the Earth is still alive. The coral kingdoms have faded behind us. Here, the deep Earth has created another world beneath the ice. The valley has revealed the first signs of hidden fire. Deeper ahead, the Earth's energy is waiting to rise. The coral kingdoms have revealed life without sunlight. Now, beneath the ice, the hidden fire of the Earth begins to awaken. There is no flame beneath this ice, only heat, minerals, and the slow breath of the planet rising through stone.
Deep below Antarctica, the frozen ocean meets an ancient world of fractured rock. Deep below Antarctica, the frozen ocean meets an ancient world of fractured rock. Every fracture leaves a signature, written slowly in minerals from the earth below.
The farther the journey descends, the more the seafloor reveals its hidden architecture.
From this narrow opening, the ocean receives a message from the world beneath its floor. From this narrow opening, the ocean receives a message from the world beneath its floor. Where minerals meet seawater, even the smallest forms of life can find a beginning. The plume rises from the earth, then disappears into an ocean too vast to hold it. The seafloor is never still. Beneath every plate, the planet continues its slow transformation. The seafloor is never still. Beneath every plate, the planet continues its slow transformation. Over time, the deep earth builds small towers from minerals carried upward through the stone. Even the gentlest animals respond to the smallest changes in the water around them. Within this trough, freezing ocean water and hidden warmth share the same narrow space. Within this trough, freezing ocean water and hidden warmth share the same narrow space. The deeper the camera enters, the stronger the hidden breath of the planet becomes. Farther ahead, the hidden fire beneath the ice reveals an entire landscape shaped by the deep earth. At the edge of the vent field, even the simplest life adapts to a changing world. At the edge of the vent field, even the simplest life adapts to a changing world. Beyond the rising plumes, the seafloor falls once more into a darker and deeper world. The hidden fire remains behind, but its influence reaches far into the dark Antarctic deep.
Even after the Earth's warmth has faded, life remains scattered across the cold floor.
Even after the Earth's warmth has faded, life remains scattered across the cold floor. Far above, the geothermal valley still breathes. Down here, the abyss begins to take over. Here, the landscape opens wider than sight, and the darkness begins to feel endless. The world of hidden fire is receding. Ahead waits the cold, immense darkness beyond the last ridge. The world of hidden fire is receding. Ahead waits the cold, immense darkness beyond the last ridge. The journey continues downward, where pressure grows and every familiar landmark begins to disappear. Even here, where the world becomes darker, fragile travelers continue to drift through the cold. The fire beneath the ice has revealed the restless earth below. Now the journey enters the black abyss, where pressure and darkness rule. The fire beneath the ice has revealed the restless earth below. Now the journey enters the black abyss, where pressure and darkness rule. The hidden fire is gone behind us. Ahead, only darkness and pressure remain. At last, the floor of the deep begins to emerge from the darkness. Even in the deepest dark, fragile life continues to drift through the cold. Even in the deepest dark, fragile life continues to drift through the cold. Beneath every larger traveler, another smaller world is always in motion. Beneath every larger traveler, another smaller world is always in motion. Above this silent plain lies an ocean of darkness, too vast for the eye to measure. Above this silent plain lies an ocean of darkness, too vast for the eye to measure. In the open deep, even a single living form can seem impossibly small. In the open deep, even a single living form can seem impossibly small. But the few fish that enter this depth move like ghosts across a floor without boundaries. The few fish that enter this depth move like ghosts across a floor without boundaries. On isolated stone, the abyss gathers small islands of life. On isolated stone, the abyss gathers small islands of life. In the blackness overhead, the first small lights begin to appear again. The abyss is not empty. It simply reveals life in flashes too faint for the surface world to know. The deeper world is opening now, vast enough to hide entire landscapes within shadow. The deeper world is opening now, vast enough to hide entire landscapes within shadow. The seafloor drops away once more, carrying the journey beyond the last familiar horizon. The seafloor drops away once more, carrying the journey beyond the last familiar horizon. A fragile creature crosses the void, carrying a trace of light through the pressure of the deep. A fragile creature crosses the void, carrying a trace of light through the pressure of the deep. In the abyss, even life itself can appear no larger than a flicker in the dark. Out of the darkness, the next hidden landscape begins to take shape. The journey crosses the threshold, leaving the last open plain behind. The journey crosses the threshold, leaving the last open plain behind. Shapes come and go in the black water, visible only for the briefest moments. Shapes come and go in the black water, visible only for the briefest moments. The fire beneath the ice has revealed the restless earth below. Now the journey enters the black abyss. The fire beneath the ice has revealed the restless earth below. Now the journey enters the black abyss, where darkness becomes its own world. Here, the black abyss begins, a world where darkness is not the absence of life, but the space in which life has learned to exist. There is no dawn here, no horizon, and no sky above. Only the dim signals of creatures moving through the deep. Some creatures survive by becoming almost invisible, leaving the darkness with little to reveal. Some creatures survive by becoming almost invisible, leaving the darkness with little to reveal. A fragile traveler crosses the void, carrying its own delicate shimmer through the pressure of the deep. In the abyss, even a living creature can seem smaller than a memory. The deeper the camera descends, the more the ocean compressed into stillness. The deeper the camera descends, the more the ocean compressed into stillness. On the floor of the abyss, survival belongs to those built for patience. Beneath every larger traveler, an even smaller world continues its work, unseen. Even on an empty plain, life reaches upward, toward whatever the current may bring. Even on an empty plain, life reaches upward toward whatever the current may bring. Above this plain lies an ocean of darkness, too vast for the eye to measure. The abyss gives nothing away easily. It reveals only fragments to those who enter. In the open deep, even a single living form can seem impossibly small. In the open deep, even a single living form can seem impossibly small. On the smallest rise of rock, patience turns passing water into survival. On the smallest rise of rock, patience turns passing water into survival. The abyss is not empty. It simply reveals life in flashes too faint for the surface world to know. The abyss is not empty. It simply reveals life in flashes too faint for the surface world to know. The final rocks fall behind. Ahead lies an open darkness with no visible end. A deeper world is opening now, vast enough to hide entire landscapes within shadow. The seafloor drops away again, carrying the journey beyond the last familiar horizon. The seafloor drops away again, carrying the journey beyond the last familiar horizon. Now even the floor is lost from sight, and the black abyss closes around the journey. A fragile traveler crosses the void, carrying a trace of light through an ocean built for darkness. Out of the darkness, the next hidden landscape begins to take shape. Out of the darkness, the next hidden landscape begins to take shape. The abyss never gives a full answer. It offers only a silhouette, then asks the journey to come closer. The black abyss has revealed its first hidden lives. Ahead, pressure grows beyond imagination. Even in the darkness, the ancient rock still carries the record of the world above and below. Even in the darkness, the ancient rock still carries the record of the world above and below. On the smallest ledges, patience allows life to endure where almost nothing else can grow. Here, light does not guide the journey. It only hints at what may be waiting in the dark. Even where stone closes in, small lives continue their quiet work beneath the pressure of the deep. Even where stone closes in, small lives continue their quiet work beneath the pressure of the deep. Beyond the rock, the abyss opens again into a plain without boundaries. Beyond the rock, the abyss opens again into a plain without boundaries. Here, the rhythm of life is nearly as slow as the settling of the ocean's snow. Here, the rhythm of life is nearly as slow as the settling of the ocean. Above and below, distance loses meaning in the black water. Above and below, distance loses meaning in the black water. Every descent into this hidden world brings a new rule: more cold, more darkness, and greater pressure. Every descent into this hidden world brings a new rule: more cold, more darkness, and greater pressure. In the crushing quiet of the deep, life remains delicate without becoming weak. In the crushing quiet of the deep, life remains delicate without becoming weak. Only a few travelers enter this depth, carrying bodies shaped for a world of immense pressure. Only a few travelers enter this depth, carrying bodies shaped for a world of immense pressure. the last shape of the upper abyss fades away, leaving only the descent ahead. The last shape of the upper abyss fades away, leaving only the descent ahead. A single spark of life turns the endless blackness into a momentary world. A single spark of life turns the endless blackness into a momentary world. Even here, delicate life continues to move through a world that seems built to crush it. Even here, delicate life continues to move through a world that seems built to crush it. Ahead lies a depth where the ocean no longer feels like water, but like the weight of an entire world. Ahead lies a depth where the ocean no longer feels like water, but like the weight of an entire world. The next world lies beneath the abyss itself, where every living thing must endure the ocean's full weight. The next world lies beneath the abyss itself, where every living thing must endure the ocean's full weight. The black abyss has revealed a world without light. Ahead lies a deeper realm, where pressure shapes every breath of life. The black abyss has revealed a world without light. Ahead lies a deeper realm, where pressure shapes every breath of life. At this depth, even the seafloor seems to rest beneath the weight of an entire ocean. At this depth, even the seafloor seems to rest beneath the weight of an entire ocean. On this floor, survival does not belong to the strongest. It belongs to those built for endurance. Even under crushing pressure, the smallest lives continue their patient work. Across the basin, life appears rare, yet every survivor has found a way to remain. Across the basin, life appears rare, yet every survivor has found a way to remain. Above this silent world hangs a depth of water, too vast for the eye to measure. Only a few fish enter this depth, carrying bodies shaped for a world of cold and pressure. Even at this depth, the ancient seafloor still tells the story of fire, ice, and time. Even at this depth, the ancient seafloor still tells the story of fire, ice, and time. Even the smallest rise from the floor can become a refuge in the deep. The only lights here are not from the sky, but from life itself. Some creatures are revealed only when the darkness briefly chooses to let them be seen. Some creatures are revealed only when the darkness briefly chooses to let them be seen. Built for pressure and darkness, it moves through the deep like a living fragment of water. In this world, light has no distance. It exists only for a moment, then returns to blackness. At this depth, survival is often no more than the ability to wait for the current. At this depth, survival is often no more than the ability to wait for the current. Where stone interrupts the empty plain, a small community gathers in the deep. In the open deep, even a small ridge can become an entire world. Every meter downward increases the silence, the cold, and the ocean's invisible weight. Every meter downward increases the silence, the cold, and the ocean's invisible weight. Ahead, the basin narrows into a corridor where pressure grows beyond imagination. The open basin gives way to a deeper passage, shaped by stone, pressure, and endless night. In the deepest corridors, even a narrow ledge can mean the difference between drifting away and enduring. In the deepest corridors,
Even a narrow ledge can mean the difference between drifting away and enduring.
There is no surface left to imagine. Only the faint signals of life remain overhead. At this depth, even the smallest body must withstand a force that never sleeps.
Pressure beyond imagination has become the rule of this world. Deeper ahead, the Southern Ocean prepares to reveal another darkness. Pressure beyond imagination has become the rule of this world. Deeper ahead, the Southern Ocean prepares to reveal another darkness.
In this corridor, pressure is no longer a condition. It is the law that governs every form of life. Even here, where the ocean presses with unimaginable force, life finds the smallest places to hold on. In the pressure corridor, every traveler disappears long before its journey can be understood. In the pressure corridor, every traveler disappears long before its journey can be understood.
Some creatures survive not by resisting the pressure, but by becoming as soft and fluid as the water around them.
At this depth, even the smallest life must be built for a force that never rests. On the deepest floor, movement becomes slow, deliberate, and precious. On the deepest floor, movement becomes slow, deliberate, and precious. Life appears sparse here, yet every quiet survivor has endured a world of relentless pressure. Above this hidden world, the water rises for kilometers into darkness. Even in the rising water, the darkness remains complete, broken only by delicate travelers of the deep. Even in the rising water, the darkness remains complete, broken only by delicate travelers of the deep. In the rising darkness, tiny lights return, carrying their own private stars through the cold. In the rising darkness, tiny lights return, carrying their own private stars through the cold. The current carries the journey upward through a darkness that is alive, even without the sun. The current carries the journey upward through a darkness that is alive, even without the sun. The ascent has reached the underside of the ice, but Antarctica's winter has kept the world in night. The ascent has reached the underside of the ice, but Antarctica's winter has kept the world in night. Above, the frozen ceiling stretches beyond sight. Below, the ocean waits through months of darkness. Above, the frozen ceiling stretches beyond sight. Below, the ocean waits through months of darkness.
In the polar night, survival continues one current, one movement, and one small spark at a time.
In the polar night, survival continues one current, one movement, and one small spark at a time. The darkness beneath the ice is not empty. It is a hidden night filled with quiet travelers. The darkness beneath the ice is not empty. It is a hidden night filled with quiet travelers. In the polar night, even the largest animals become shadows beneath an endless frozen sky. In the polar night, even the largest animals become shadows beneath an endless frozen sky. Where sunlight has vanished, the ocean creates its own small constellations. Where sunlight has vanished, the ocean creates its own small constellations. Pressure beyond imagination has revealed life at the ocean's deepest edge. Now, beneath the ice, pressure beyond imagination has revealed life at the ocean's deepest edge. Now, beneath the ice, Antarctica enters a night that lasts for months. Beneath Antarctica's frozen roof, survival is not a single battle. It is 1,000 quiet decisions made in darkness. The ice above is both shelter and barrier, protecting life from the storm while sealing it beneath the winter night. Each small movement matters when the sea is cold, food is scarce, and the night seems endless. Each small movement matters when the sea is cold, food is scarce, and the night seems endless. Within the smallest cracks beneath the ice, another hidden community waits out the winter. The frozen landscape above creates corridors below, guiding life through a maze without daylight. Without sunlight or open horizons, the seal trusts the currents, echoes, and contours of the frozen ceiling. Without sunlight or open horizons, the seal trusts the currents, echoes, and contours of the frozen ceiling. In a sea sealed by ice, one breathing hole can be as important as an entire horizon. The ice is not only a barrier. To those who live beneath it, it is a landscape of remembered lifelines.
For the ice fish, conserving energy is as essential as finding food in the long polar night. For the ice fish, conserving energy is as essential as finding food in the long polar night. When the sun has vanished, even the smallest living light can change the shape of darkness. The polar night does not stop the food web. It simply hides its fragile connections beneath the frozen roof.
The ice appears motionless above, yet every current below it is constantly rewriting the lives beneath. The ice appears motionless above, yet every current below it is constantly rewriting the lives beneath. At rare openings in the ice, the hidden ocean receives only a distant trace of the sky above. Above the ice, winter has erased the day. The stars are Antarctical's only distant witnesses. From above, Antarctica seems asleep beneath winter, but beneath every ice sheet, survival continues without pause. From above, Antarctica seems asleep beneath winter, but beneath every ice sheet, on the ice above, emperor penguins gather against a winter that offers no sunrise and no mercy. In the longest darkness, warmth is not found in the sky. It is found in the closeness of the colony. When winter winds rise, the colony becomes one small heartbeat against the endless ice. When winter winds rise, the colony becomes one small heartbeat against the endless ice. Beyond the colony, the frozen surface leads once more toward the concealed ocean beneath. Under the ice, once again, the night becomes quieter, deeper, and filled with unseen movement. Every crack in the ice becomes a small refuge in the long Antarctic night. Every crack in the ice becomes a small refuge in the long Antarctic night. But winter beneath the ice is never completely still. Far above, the Southern Ocean is beginning to wake with wind. Survival beneath the ice is a story of memory, patience, and endurance. But beyond the frozen roof, the great storm is beginning to return.
For krill, a changing current is a warning written in water. For krill, a changing current is a warning written in water.
When the current grows stronger, the smallest creatures seek the quieter spaces hidden within the ice.
Inside the smallest cracks, survival begins with holding on. The hidden current leads through the maze, carrying the first distant pulse of the storm. The hidden current leads through the maze, carrying the first distant pulse of the storm.
The Weddell seal feels the changes in the water long before the storm reaches the surface.
In a world of shifting ice, memory guides the seal toward places of shelter.
For the ice fish, survival means spending as little energy as possible while the world outside begins to move. For the ice fish, survival means spending as little energy as possible while the world outside begins to move. At the rare opening above, the calm surface begins to break beneath the first breath of the storm. Above the ice, the sky is gathering itself into motion. Across the sea ice, the first winds carry the warning farther than any animal can see. Across the sea ice, the first winds carry the warning farther than any animal can see. On the surface, the emperor penguins draw closer as the wind begins to gather strength. In the gathering storm, warmth comes from staying close enough to share it. Even beneath the ice, the disturbance above sends its shadow into the water. Even beneath the ice, the disturbance above sends its shadow into the water. The storm has not reached them directly, but its energy is already traveling through their hidden world. Within the shelter of the ice, the seal waits while the Southern Ocean gathers its strength outside. The calm has gone. The open water is beginning to rise beneath the storm. The calm has gone. The open water is beginning to rise beneath the storm. Beneath the ice, the first true force of the storm begins to move through the ocean. Beneath the ice, the first true force of the storm begins to move through the ocean. For the ice fish, the storm is not escaped. It is endured from the smallest shelter available.
For the ice fish, the storm is not escaped. It is endured from the smallest shelter available.
The quiet winter world is changing. Wind and water are beginning to reshape the frozen frontier. The quiet winter world is changing. Wind and water are beginning to reshape the frozen frontier. Survival beneath the ice has carried life through the long night. Now the great storm returns, and the Southern Ocean reveals its power once more. Survival beneath the ice has carried life through the long night, including a colony of emperor penguins. Now the great storm returns. From above, the frozen world appears solid. But beneath the storm, the ice is already beginning to shift. From above, the frozen world appears solid. But beneath the storm, the ice is already beginning to shift.
The storm does not need to shatter the ice at once. It begins by making every plate move.
The storm does not need to shatter the ice at once. It begins by making every plate move. Across the ice field, every ridge records the pressure of a changing ocean. Beyond the ice, the Southern Ocean is building waves from wind that has crossed half a world. Its wings read the shape of the wind, turning chaos into movement. Its wings read the shape of the wind, turning chaos into movement. In the scale of the storm, every living thing seems small, yet the ocean is filled with those that know how to endure it. In the scale of the storm, every living thing seems small, yet the ocean is filled with those that know how to endure it. For krill, the storm becomes a moving landscape of changing currents. For krill, the storm becomes a moving landscape of changing currents. In the smallest shelters, survival begins by holding on while the world outside accelerates. The seal finds stillness beneath the frozen roof while the ocean outside begins to roar. At the edge of the ice, wind and water strike together, testing every frozen boundary. At the edge of the ice, wind and water strike together, testing every frozen boundary. Every storm leaves its mark. Sometimes, it begins as a line too small to notice. Across the frozen surface,
the ice begins to divide under forces far larger than itself.
The smallest creatures feel the changing shape of the ice immediately, carried by currents into a new world. The smallest creatures feel the changing shape of the ice immediately, carried by currents into a new world.
The waves carry the storm across open water, delivering its force to the frozen frontier. The waves carry the storm across open water, delivering its force to the frozen frontier.
From the sky, the ocean appears endless. From the ice, its power becomes impossible to ignore.
From the sky, the ocean appears endless. From the ice, its power becomes impossible to ignore.
Beneath the frozen roof, the seal waits for the ocean to spend its fury. Beneath the frozen roof, the seal waits for the ocean to spend its fury. Across the storm front, the frozen boundary is changing shape before the night can end. Across the storm front, the frozen boundary is changing shape before the night can end. The great storm has returned, and the ice is beginning to change. In its wake, the Southern Ocean will reveal it. The great storm has returned, and the ice is beginning to change. In its wake, the Southern Ocean will reveal the storm has broken the old stillness. Now every plate of ice is carried by wind, wave, and current. Where the ice separates, the ocean rushes in with a force that cannot be held back. Across the frozen frontier, the storm redraws the map of the sea. Across the frozen frontier, the storm redraws the map of the sea. For krill, a new opening in the ice can become a new route through the winter sea. For krill, a new opening in the ice can become a new route through the winter sea. For the icefish, the storm is not defeated. It is endured from the nearest refuge. For the icefish, the storm is not defeated. It is endured from the nearest refuge. Even in shelter, the frozen roof carries the distant pulse of wind and waves. Even in shelter, the frozen roof carries the distant pulse of wind and waves. The storm moves across the ice like a living force, breaking old boundaries and creating new ones. The storm moves across the ice like a living force, breaking old boundaries and creating new ones. Every gust becomes lift. Every wave becomes part of the bird's moving road. Every gust becomes lift. Every wave becomes part of the bird's moving road. In the scale of the storm, every creature seems small, yet each has found a way to endure its force. The storm's energy travels down from the surface, reaching every hidden space beneath the ice. For one small creature, a changed current can become an entirely changed world. For one small creature, a changed current can become an entirely changed world. The ice is no longer one unbroken world. The storm is turning it into moving islands. Across the polar night, the frozen frontier is changing shape before the storm can pass. As the wind begins to fade, the ocean remains changed beneath the newly opened sky. As the wind begins to fade, the ocean remains changed beneath the newly opened sky. For the krill, the storm has created new water, new shelter, and new routes through the frozen sea. When the strongest currents pass, the seal returns to a landscape the storm has quietly rewritten. After the force of wind and waves,
a new stillness begins to settle over the sea. After the force of wind and waves, a new stillness begins to settle over the sea. Beneath the opened ice, the ocean now has new corridors for life to follow. Beneath the opened ice, the ocean now has new corridors for life to follow. The great storm has broken the old ice and opened a changing world. Now the Southern Ocean. The great storm has broken the old ice and opened a changing world. Now the Southern Ocean must, where there was once one frozen plain, new corridors of water now reach deep into the ice. Where there was once one frozen plain, new corridors of water now reach deep into the ice. The ocean has entered the spaces the storm created, carrying movement into a world that was once sealed. Beneath the opened ice, new pathways now connect hidden chambers of the Southern Ocean. Even the smallest animals encounter a new landscape when the ice begins to move. Even the smallest animals encounter a new landscape when the ice begins to move. For the seal, the storm has redrawn the map beneath the ice. For the seal, the storm has redrawn the map beneath the ice. Where ice once enclosed the ocean, a new corridor now stretches toward the wider sea. Where ice once enclosed the ocean, a new corridor now stretches toward the wider sea. After months of darkness, even a trace of blue light can change the feeling of the sea. After months of darkness, even a trace of blue light can change the feeling of the sea. For the creatures that carry the Southern Ocean's food web, changing light and changing ice arrive together. For the creatures that carry the Southern Ocean's food web, changing light and changing ice arrive together. With every opened passage, the boundary between the ice world and the open ocean becomes less certain. With every opened passage, the boundary between the ice world and the open ocean becomes less certain. The edge of Antarctica is becoming a moving frontier between sea, ice, wind, and life. The edge of Antarctica is becoming a moving frontier between sea, ice, wind, and life. A storm-broken edge becomes a new habitat almost as soon as the water reaches it. A storm-broken edge becomes a new habitat almost as soon as the water reaches it. The ice is still here, but it is no longer fixed. It has become part of a moving sea. The ice is still here, but it is no longer fixed. It has become part of a moving sea. The long winter is changing, and the first routes toward open water are beginning to appear. The long winter is changing, and the first routes toward open water are beginning to appear. The changing ice is becoming a corridor, guiding the smallest travelers toward the wider Southern Ocean. The changing ice is becoming a corridor, guiding the smallest travelers toward the wider Southern Ocean. Across the changing frontier, even the seal begins to follow the new pathways created by the storm. The ice has changed, the light is beginning to return, and soon the great migrations will follow these opening waters. Breaking ice has changed the world beneath Antarctica. Ahead, the long migration begins across a Southern Ocean opening once more. Breaking ice has changed the world beneath Antarctica. Ahead, the long migration begins across a Southern Ocean opening once more. The storm has opened new paths through the ice. Now the returning light begins to show where those paths may lead. For months, the ocean was sealed beneath darkness. Now open water is returning to the heart of the ice. For krill, changing light and changing ice arrive together, opening new routes through the frozen sea. For krill, changing light and changing ice arrive together, opening new routes through the frozen sea. For the smallest animals, every broken edge becomes a new piece of habitat. For the smallest animals, every broken edge becomes a new piece of habitat. For the Weddell seal, the storm has redrawn the passages beneath Antarctica. For the Weddell seal, the storm has redrawn the passages beneath Antarctica. Where ice once enclosed the ocean, a route now stretches toward the wider Southern Ocean. Where ice once enclosed the ocean, a route now stretches toward the wider Southern Ocean. The long winter is beginning to shift, and the first paths toward open water are appearing. The long winter is beginning to shift, and the first paths toward open water are appearing. For the penguin, open water is not just an escape from the ice, it is the beginning of the journey beyond it. For the penguin, open water is not just an escape from the ice, it is the beginning of the journey beyond it. The frozen world is still vast, but the ocean beyond it is beginning to call its travelers back. The frozen world is still vast, but the ocean beyond it is beginning to call its travelers back. The edge of Antarctica is becoming a moving frontier between sea, ice, wind, and life. The edge of Antarctica is becoming a moving frontier between sea, ice, wind, and life. Across the changing frontier, the seal follows pathways that the storm has only just created. Across the changing frontier, the seal follows pathways that the storm has only just created. For the great whales, the changing season is written in currents that travel far beyond the ice. For the great whales, the changing season is written in currents that travel far beyond the ice. The ice remains, but it is no longer fixed. It has become part of a moving sea. The ice remains, but it is no longer fixed. It has become part of a moving sea. On the surface, the penguins face a changed world of broken routes, open water, and new decisions. The old routes have disappeared beneath the storm. New ones must now be found across the changing ice. The ice has changed. The light is returning. Breaking ice has changed the world beneath Antarctica. Ahead, the long migration begins across a Southern Ocean opening once more. Breaking ice has changed the world beneath Antarctica. Ahead, the long migration begins across a Southern Ocean opening once more. What the storm broke apart has become a corridor, connecting the frozen interior to a wider world. What the storm broke apart has become a corridor, connecting the frozen interior to a wider world. One by one, the first travelers leave the frozen surface behind. The roots of the smallest creatures and the largest birds are joined by the same moving water. The roots of the smallest creatures and the largest birds are joined by the same moving water. For the Weddell seal, the storm has created a new map beneath the frozen frontier. For the Weddell seal, the storm has created a new map beneath the frozen frontier. Where ice once enclosed the sea, a living pathway now stretches toward the wider Southern Ocean. Where ice once enclosed the sea, a living pathway now stretches toward the wider Southern Ocean. Beyond the ice, the travelers of the open ocean are already returning to the changing frontier. Its journey follows the wind beyond the limits of the ice, across distances the frozen world cannot contain. Far beyond the broken ice, the great whales are moving through waters shaped by seasons and currents. Far beyond the broken ice, the great whales are moving through waters shaped by seasons and currents. Its movement is almost silent, yet it belongs to one of the longest migrations on Earth. Its movement is almost silent, yet it belongs to one of the longest migrations on Earth. Every small body moves with the current, guided by a world of light, temperature, and flow. Every small body moves with the current, guided by a world of light, temperature, and flow. The penguins leave the old winter corridors behind, following water toward a more open season. The penguins leave the old winter corridors behind, following water toward a more open season. At the edge of the ice, every journey begins with a step toward the unknown water. With one dive, the frozen surface gives way to the moving world beneath. Together, they move beyond the old boundaries of ice and darkness. Together, they move beyond the old boundaries of ice and darkness. The storm's fractures have become roots, and the roots are beginning to fill with life. Beyond the last drifting ice, the ocean opens into a highway without visible borders. Above the water, wings follow the same awakening ocean, carrying life across the expanding season. Above the water, wings follow the same awakening ocean, carrying life across the expanding season. The long migration has begun. Across the opening Southern Ocean, every path now leads toward the return of light. The long migration has begun. Across the opening Southern Ocean, every path now leads toward the return of light. For the great whales, the changing season is carried in currents that cross the entire Southern Ocean. For the great whales, the changing season is carried in currents that cross the entire Southern Ocean. Its journey is measured not in days or miles, but in the enduring rhythm of ocean and season. In the same ocean, the smallest travelers and the largest share a future shaped by the return of light. The smallest creatures move first, and the rest of the Southern Ocean begins to follow. The smallest creatures move first, and the rest of the Southern Ocean begins to follow. Above the water, the albatross follows wind paths that lead beyond the reach of ice. Every current of wind becomes part of a journey written across the sky. The migration is not one journey. It is countless journeys meeting in the same awakening sea. The migration is not one journey. It is countless journeys meeting in the same awakening sea. At the changing edge of the ice, old residents continue to follow the new passages. The world beneath Antarctica is opening outward, one corridor at a time. Every stroke carries them farther from the long night and closer to the first light of spring. Every stroke carries them farther from the long night and closer to the first light of spring. The ice still holds the memory of winter, but the sky is beginning to tell another story. After months without dawn, the horizon begins to gather light once again. For the smallest lives, the return of light is the first signal that the ocean is changing again. For the smallest lives, the return of light is the first signal that the ocean is changing again. As light returns,
the smallest travelers will once again shape the fate of the largest. The great whale continues onward, following a season that is only just beginning to wake. The sky is growing brighter, and every migration is gathering toward the season ahead. The sky is growing brighter, and every migration is gathering toward the season ahead. The longest night is releasing its hold. Antarctica is beginning to face the light again. The first light does not arrive all at once. It begins as a promise moving through the water. Across the waking sea, the foundation of life is already gathering strength. Across the waking sea, the foundation of life is already gathering strength. The migration has carried life beyond the winter ice, toward a horizon that is beginning to glow. Across water and sky, the long migration is leading Antarctica toward the return of spring. The long migration has carried life beyond the winter frontier. Ahead, the first light of spring will awaken the Southern Ocean once more. The long migration has carried life beyond the winter frontier. Ahead, the first light of spring will awaken the Southern Ocean once more.
The Southern Ocean, a place unlike any other on Earth. Here, the planet's most powerful winds sweep across freezing waters. Giant waves crash relentlessly against the edge of Antarctica's ice. And beneath what appears to be a silent frozen surface, a hidden world is still alive. This is a place where daylight can disappear for months, where the cold can freeze almost every trace of life above the surface. Yet beneath the dark, endless water, life never truly stops. From tiny swarms of krill that sustain an entire ocean, to penguins, seals, immense whales, and strange creatures living in the darkness. Every animal must survive ice, crushing pressure, hunger, and storms that never seem to sleep. This is more than the ocean surrounding Antarctica. It is one of the last frontiers of life, a wilderness that is frozen, violent, and still largely unexplored. Today, we enter the Southern Ocean to discover the creatures surviving in the most dangerous waters on Earth.
At the southern edge of our world lies a continent unlike any other. Within these layers lies a frozen archive of Earth's past climate. This is Antarctica, the coldest and most isolated wilderness on Earth. For millions of years, ice has shaped this extraordinary land of silence. Here, survival depends on endurance, resilience, and extraordinary adaptation. Beneath these frozen layers lie secrets buried for ages, beyond imagination. This frozen continent holds nearly 70% of Earth's fresh water. Yet despite its beauty, Antarctica remains one of the harshest environments ever known. Temperatures plunge far below freezing, and storms rage with unimaginable power. And yet, life has found remarkable ways to endure. From microscopic organisms to giants of the ocean, every creature fights for survival. This is a land where only the strongest and most adaptable survive. Every sunrise here is a triumph against the relentless forces of nature. Time moves differently in this kingdom of ice. Silence dominates this frozen world, interrupted only by the sounds of wind and ice. Yet hidden within this silence is an astonishing story of life. A story written by ice, shaped by storms,
and sustained by resilience. Few places on Earth remain as wild, as mysterious, or as awe-inspiring. This is the last great wilderness of our planet. A frozen world of wonder, danger, and extraordinary life. Welcome to Wild Antarctica. Far from civilization, Antarctica remains untouched by time. Here, ice is not simply frozen water. It is the architect of an entire world. Each crack and ridge tells a story written over millions of years. The forces of nature sculpt this continent day after day. Some ice here has survived since before humanity ever existed. Deep within the ice lie hidden worlds of breathtaking beauty. In this vast wilderness, distance is measured in silence. Nothing here moves quickly, yet everything is constantly changing. Antarctica is both fragile and immensely powerful. It is a place where beauty and danger exist side by side. This is a kingdom ruled not by kings, but by nature itself. Every horizon here reminds us how small we truly are. And beyond these icy horizons, countless stories of survival are waiting to unfold. In Antarctica, survival begins with enduring the unimaginable. For every creature here, the environment is both protector and adversary. These frozen structures preserve the memory of Earth's ancient past. Even the wind leaves its signature upon this frozen world. This is a place of extremes, where only the extraordinary can thrive. Here, nature reveals both its harshest challenges and its greatest wonders. Every sunrise over Antarctica marks another victory in the endless struggle for survival. Across this vast white continent, life persists against overwhelming odds. Beneath this frozen silence lies one of Earth's greatest stories of endurance. Ancient, powerful, and endlessly mysterious, Antarctica remains the last great frontier. Its beauty is breathtaking. Its challenges are unforgiving. Every glacier, every iceberg, every frozen valley carries the memory of ages long past. This continent may seem lifeless, yet it pulses with hidden energy. In a world shaped by ice, resilience becomes the ultimate force. Few will ever witness this place, but its story belongs to all of us. This is not simply a frozen continent. It is a living masterpiece of nature. Welcome to Wild Antarctica, where survival and wonder exist forever, side by side. As the sun rises higher, Antarctica reveals a landscape carved entirely by ice. This is the kingdom of ice, where glaciers move like rivers frozen in time. Some of this ice has existed for hundreds of thousands of years.
Beneath every crack lies the immense force shaping Antarctica's future. These frozen giants are constantly changing, breaking, and reshaping the continent. Every iceberg begins its journey as part of a far larger world of ice. Nature itself is the artist in this frozen kingdom. Inside these icy corridors, silence has ruled for millennia. Across the frozen ocean, countless giants drift silently toward distant seas. But in Antarctica, even the strongest ice eventually yields to time. A dramatic transformation is about to begin. Under immense pressure, the ice begins to break apart. This is one of the greatest forces of nature on Earth. The birth of an iceberg is both violent and magnificent. A new giant now begins its long journey across Antarctica's icy seas. Every layer of ice preserves a chapter of Earth's history. Together, they form one of the most spectacular landscapes on our planet. But Antarctica's greatest secrets are yet to be revealed. Deeper within this frozen kingdom lies another extraordinary world. This is the Kingdom of Ice, and our journey has only just begun. Beyond the ice cliffs lies a realm shaped by unimaginable pressure and time. Here, layers of ancient snowfall have compressed into solid ice over countless ages. Every passage through this frozen maze reveals another hidden wonder. This frozen kingdom is alive with movement, even if it unfolds across centuries. No artist could ever match the beauty created by nature here. Wind, ice, and time are the true architects of Antarctica. These icy structures have stood for thousands of years, weathering the harshest conditions on Earth. Yet even here, in this world of stillness, change is constant. Glaciers flow silently, shaping Antarctica 1 millimeter at a time. And this is only the beginning of Antarctica's frozen story. Across millions of square kilometers, Antarctica remains a world dominated entirely by ice. The landscape appears motionless, yet every grain of snow is shaped by powerful natural forces. Deep within these valleys, Antarctica guards some of the oldest ice on Earth. Each formation is unique, shaped by centuries of wind, snow, and unimaginable pressure. The deeper we look, the more Antarctica reveals its hidden complexity. Few places on Earth inspire such awe and humility. This frozen frontier is constantly evolving, shaped by forces beyond imagination. These giants of ice travel vast distances, carrying Antarctica's story across the ocean. Here, nature exists at its most raw, most powerful, and most beautiful. And beyond this frozen horizon, another extraordinary chapter of survival awaits. Deeper within the Kingdom of Ice,
the scale of nature becomes almost impossible to comprehend.
Every contour in this frozen landscape is the result of unimaginable patience and power. Some places in Antarctica seem almost otherworldly. Here, ice dominates every horizon and shapes every moment. These drifting giants are among the most magnificent creations of nature. Each iceberg is unique, carrying a story written across thousands of years. No continent on Earth feels so vast, so wild, or so untouched. This is a kingdom ruled by ice, shaped by storms, and defined by resilience. Yet beyond this frozen landscape lies an even greater challenge.
Soon, Antarctica will enter one of the harshest seasons on Earth.
The age of endless daylight is drawing to a close. Winter approaches, bringing darkness, storms, and an extraordinary battle for survival. And with winter comes one of the greatest stories in nature. For somewhere within this icy wilderness, life prepares for its greatest challenge. Soon, we will witness the remarkable creatures that call Antarctica home. They are among the toughest animals on Earth. Their story is one of sacrifice, endurance, and hope. For the emperor penguins, the greatest journey is about to begin. Next, life in the dark winter.
As winter approaches, Antarctica enters a season unlike anywhere else on Earth. For these remarkable birds, winter is not a time to hide. It is the beginning of life itself. Each year, they travel enormous distances to breed in the harshest environment imaginable.
Soon, the sun will disappear for months. And with darkness comes a battle for survival. Temperatures plunge below -50 degrees Celsius. Yet together, they create warmth where survival seems impossible. Their unity is their greatest weapon against the extreme cold. Every bird takes turns facing the deadly winds. A perfect strategy, refined over countless generations. For months, darkness will dominate this frozen world. And the worst of winter has not yet arrived. A great storm is approaching. Soon they will face one of the most brutal tests of endurance in nature. The age of darkness has begun. But even in the darkest winter, hope endures. Because here in Antarctica, survival is never an individual struggle. It is a story of unity, sacrifice, and extraordinary resilience. Against all odds, life continues.
This is life in the dark winter.
The long winter has only just begun, and survival will demand unimaginable endurance.
Alone, none could survive these conditions. Together, they become stronger than the storm.
This remarkable dance of survival has been perfected over thousands of generations.
In this world of ice and darkness, cooperation is the key to life.
For many fathers here, the future of the species rests upon a single fragile egg. For more than 2 months, he will endure hunger, cold, and darkness without leaving his place.
Temperatures continue to fall, pushing life to its absolute limits. This is one of the most extreme environments any animal will ever face. Yet even here, life refuses to surrender. For Antarctica's most devoted parents, the greatest challenge is still ahead. Every father waits patiently for the day his chick will finally hatch. Against all odds, hope grows quietly within the darkness. Inside this tiny shell lies the future of an entire generation. Soon, Antarctica will witness one of nature's greatest miracles. This is life at the edge of survival. And their greatest test is only beginning.
Because soon, new life will emerge into one of the harshest places on Earth.
A new chapter of survival is about to unfold. For in this frozen world, every life is a miracle. Next, the miracle of new life. After months of darkness, patience and sacrifice are finally about to be rewarded. Deep inside this fragile shell, a new life has been preparing for the harshest beginning imaginable. Against impossible odds, life is emerging. This tiny chick has entered one of the most unforgiving worlds on Earth. Warmth, protection, and patience are now its only chance of survival. Across Antarctica, a new generation is beginning its extraordinary journey. Every chick represents hope, but survival remains uncertain. The cold remains relentless, and danger is never far away. Still, these remarkable birds continue to defy one of the harshest climates on Earth. In the frozen wilderness of Antarctica, every new life is a miracle. Far away, another journey is nearing its end. The Weddell seal mothers are finally returning. After months apart, families are about to reunite. In the darkness of Antarctica, love and survival are inseparable. Their sacrifice has ensured the survival of the next generation. For them, the battle for survival now shifts to the sea. Life in Antarctica is a cycle of endless journeys.
But Antarctica holds far more stories than the lives of penguins alone.
Beneath the ice, powerful predators are already waiting.
Next, the hunters of ice.
Beneath Antarctica's frozen surface lies another world, cold, silent, and ruled by predators. In these freezing waters, survival depends not on strength alone, but on perfect adaptation. This is the leopard seal, Antarctica's most formidable hunter. Fast, intelligent, and incredibly powerful, it dominates these frozen waters. Patience is its greatest weapon. For the penguins, every journey to the ocean carries enormous risk. Hidden below, danger waits in absolute silence. A deadly game of survival is about to begin. In these waters, hesitation can mean the difference between life and death. Speed, agility, and instinct are pushed to their absolute limits. This is one of nature's most extraordinary underwater worlds. For today, survival belongs to those who never stop adapting. Yet the frozen ocean hides far more secrets than anyone could imagine. There are places here no human has ever fully explored. And in the deepest waters, life shines in ways beyond imagination. A hidden universe exists beneath Antarctica's frozen surface. Soon, Antarctica itself will begin to change. After months of darkness, a new season is approaching. The long polar night is coming to an end. Next, the return of light. For the first time in months, sunlight touches Antarctica once again. The frozen continent begins to awaken from its long winter sleep.
For Antarctica's wildlife, the return of light means new opportunities and new challenges.
A new generation has survived Antarctica's darkest season. As temperatures rise, Antarctica's frozen world begins its annual transformation. This short summer season will bring life to every corner of the continent. Sunlight fuels an explosion of life beneath the ice. These tiny creatures form the foundation of Antarctica's entire ecosystem. And where food is abundant, giants will soon arrive. From the distant ocean, some of the largest animals ever to live, humpback whales, are returning. They have traveled thousands of kilometers to reach these rich feeding grounds. These are the giants of Antarctica. Creatures so immense that they redefine our understanding of life on Earth. Their arrival marks the beginning of Antarctica's most abundant season. A new chapter of life is unfolding across the frozen continent.
This is Antarctica Reborn. And among these waters live some of the greatest giants ever known. Their story is one of strength, migration, and survival. And soon, we will meet the true giants of the Southern Ocean. Next, the giants of Antarctica. From the depths of the Southern Ocean emerges one of the largest creatures ever to exist. The blue whale, the largest animal in the history of our planet. Despite its incredible size, this giant survives on some of the smallest creatures in the ocean. Every summer, Antarctica provides the rich feeding grounds these giants depend upon. A single breath from this titan echoes across the frozen sea. But the blue whale is not the only giant to return. Humpback whales combine immense strength with extraordinary agility. Their summer feast will fuel one of the longest migrations on Earth. Together, these giants transform Antarctica into one of the richest ecosystems on Earth. This is the season of abundance in the Southern Ocean. Yet even in this season of plenty, danger still exists. Across the Antarctic waters swims another extraordinary predator. Intelligent, powerful, and highly social. These are the orcas, Antarctica's most strategic hunters. Working together, they have perfected some of the most extraordinary hunting techniques on Earth. Soon, we will witness their remarkable intelligence in action. The ocean grows quiet, but only for a moment. Because beneath the ice, the hunters are already preparing. Their next move will demonstrate why orcas are among the ocean's greatest predators. Next, the killer whales. Unaware of the danger below, this seal is resting in one of the most dangerous waters on Earth. These are killer whales, masters of teamwork and strategy. Their intelligence rivals that of the greatest hunters in the animal kingdom. Every movement is calculated. Every hunter knows its role. Somewhere deep inside, instinct senses a hidden threat. The hunters are preparing one of the most extraordinary techniques ever observed in nature. Together, they can create waves strong enough to wash prey from the safety of the ice.
The moment of truth is approaching.
Speed, teamwork, and perfect timing. This is the legendary wave wash hunt, one of the most intelligent hunting strategies in the natural world. The first attack strikes with incredible force, but the seal is still holding on.
For a moment, survival still seems possible.
But orcas rarely fail. They learn, adapt, and strike again. This time, their strategy will be even more precise. The seal senses danger, but there is nowhere left to run. Perfect teamwork, astonishing intelligence, and overwhelming force. The second wave is devastating. Its determination to survive is extraordinary. But the hunters are patient, and they have one final move. In the frozen wilderness of Antarctica, the battle for survival is far from over. The hunters are preparing their final assault, one perfected through generations of experience. Every member knows exactly what to do. For the seal, survival now depends on a miracle. This time, the ocean itself becomes their weapon. The final attack succeeds.
Now begins the most dangerous moment of all.
Speed and agility are the seal's only hope. This underwater world is as beautiful as it is unforgiving.
One final chance remains.
Against incredible odds, it survives. Even the greatest hunters do not succeed every time. For orcas, every hunt is another lesson.
And for the survivors, life continues. Beneath these waters, countless mysteries still remain. There are places beneath the ice that few have ever witnessed. A hidden world exists beneath Antarctica's frozen shell. Here, life has evolved in extraordinary ways. And their story is only beginning. Beyond the hunters, beyond the ice, lies another Antarctica. Next, life beneath the ice. Far beneath the ice, a hidden universe has flourished for millions of years. In this icy world, life exists in forms unlike anywhere else on Earth. These waters are among the richest and most productive ecosystems on the planet. Some species here possess extraordinary adaptations to survive temperatures that would kill most other animals. The deeper we descend, the stranger Antarctica becomes. These hidden landscapes remain among the least explored places on our planet. Here, silence reigns, interrupted only by the sounds of ancient ice shifting above. Even in the coldest darkness, life finds a way to thrive. Summer is transforming Antarctica from a world of darkness into one bursting with life.
From beneath the ice to the vast frozen continent above, Antarctica is a masterpiece of survival. Yet the greatest wonders of this continent are still waiting to be revealed. Across the continent, millions of animals take advantage of this brief season of abundance. Life flourishes here with astonishing resilience. But this magnificent frozen world is changing. Its future depends upon forces far beyond this frozen horizon. A continent of extremes. A world unlike any other. Its story is one of survival, adaptation, and enduring beauty. And despite all its challenges, life continues to thrive. This is Wild Antarctica. A frozen wilderness where life conquers the impossible. But Antarctica's greatest secrets are not found upon the surface. Hidden beneath kilometers of ice lies an ancient world, almost untouched by time. Some of this ice has remained frozen for hundreds of thousands of years. Inside Antarctica's ice caves, beauty and mystery exist side by side. Every layer preserves a chapter in Earth's ancient climate history.
These frozen cathedrals are among the most spectacular natural wonders on Earth.
Yet beneath these caves lies an even greater mystery. Scientists believe hundreds of hidden lakes exist beneath Antarctica. Some have remained isolated longer than humanity itself has existed. Could life exist here, in complete isolation from the outside world? The answer may forever change our understanding of life on Earth. But Antarctica's mysteries do not end beneath the ice. The frozen surface is every bit as extraordinary as the world hidden below. These rivers of ice are constantly moving, reshaping the continent itself.
This dramatic process is known as calving, one of nature's most powerful spectacles. Each iceberg begins an incredible journey across the Southern Ocean. No two icebergs are ever exactly the same. Even these frozen giants become homes for countless forms of life. Antarctica is a land of endless wonders. And beyond these icy horizons, an even greater adventure awaits. Beyond the glaciers and hidden lakes lies the heart of Antarctica, a place of unimaginable scale and beauty. This frozen plateau contains nearly 70% of Earth's fresh water. At first glance, this landscape seems lifeless, yet nature is constantly at work here. Hidden beneath the surface are fractures deeper than skyscrapers are tall. Every layer of ice tells a story stretching back through Earth's history. Even here, towering mountains remain hidden beneath the ice.
Some of these peaks remained unseen by human eyes until modern times. Few places on Earth inspire such awe and humility. Antarctica remains one of the last true wildernesses on our planet. And where ice meets the sea, life gathers once more. This brief summer season brings an explosion of life to the frozen continent. Every creature must make the most of these precious months of abundance.
The Southern Ocean becomes one of the richest feeding grounds on Earth.
Even the smallest creatures play an essential role in this extraordinary ecosystem. Life thrives here because every part of nature is connected.
This is a world built upon resilience.
A land of ice, mystery, and astonishing life. And despite its harshness, life continues to flourish.
Its story is far from over.
For Antarctica remains one of Earth's greatest natural wonders. For millions of years, Antarctica has remained a realm of extremes, a place where only the strongest endure. Its glaciers are among the oldest and most powerful forces shaping our planet. Its oceans support an astonishing abundance of life.
From microscopic plankton to the largest animals ever known, every species is connected.
Even in the coldest darkness, life adapts in extraordinary ways. Every corner of this frozen continent tells a story of resilience. Generation after generation, life continues against incredible odds. Few places on Earth inspire such wonder. It is a world of silence, yet full of life. A masterpiece sculpted by ice, ocean, and time. Seen from above, Antarctica reminds us how extraordinary our planet truly is. Its frozen wilderness influences weather, oceans, and life across the globe. Protecting this extraordinary place means protecting the future of our planet. For despite its harshness, Antarctica remains one of Earth's greatest treasures.
A place where giants roam, where families endure,
where predators thrive, and where life conquers the impossible. This is Wild Antarctica. A frozen kingdom, forever wild.
Yet among Antarctica's countless wonders, there is one creature unlike any other, a humpback whale. These giants have traveled thousands of kilometers to reach the richest feeding grounds on Earth. Meet the blue whale, the largest animal ever to live on our planet. Its heart is larger than a human being,
and its song can travel for hundreds of kilometers. Despite its immense size, this giant feeds on some of the ocean's smallest creatures. These tiny crustaceans form the foundation of Antarctica's entire food web. In a single mouthful, it can consume millions of krill. Yet even the largest creature on Earth depends on the delicate balance of Antarctica's ecosystem. Every summer, these giants return to Antarctica in search of abundance. This is one of the greatest wildlife spectacles on Earth. Among these giants, powerful family bonds help ensure the survival of the next generation. The calf must grow quickly, nourished by one of the richest milk supplies in the animal kingdom. Each day, the young whale gains strength for the incredible journey ahead.
Their bond is one of nature's most extraordinary relationships.
Yet these peaceful giants face enormous challenges in a rapidly changing world. Their future depends upon the health of the oceans they call home. And deep below the surface, another giant is approaching.
A creature even more mysterious and rarely seen.
Its story is one of the greatest mysteries in the Southern Ocean. Next, the hidden giants of Antarctica.
For decades, these giants remained hidden in one of the most remote oceans on Earth.
The fin whale, second only to the blue whale in size, yet equally magnificent.
Built for speed, it can travel enormous distances across the Southern Ocean. Every summer, Antarctica becomes a sanctuary for these remarkable giants.
Yet even these giants are only part of Antarctica's extraordinary story. In these icy seas, abundance attracts creatures of every size. Every species depends upon this fragile web of life.
But Antarctica's underwater world hides countless secrets yet to be discovered. Far below, life exists in ways beyond imagination.
An alien world hidden beneath the ice.
These frozen cathedrals remain among the least explored places on Earth.
A world shaped by ice and sustained by resilience. Above this hidden world, life flourishes in astonishing abundance. The Southern Ocean remains one of Earth's last great wildernesses. A kingdom of ice, alive with extraordinary wonders. Every season here is a triumph of survival. And still, many mysteries remain unsolved. Its story continues to unfold with every passing season. A frozen continent, unlike anywhere else on Earth. Next, the eternal ice.
In Antarctica, ice is far more than frozen water. It is the architect of an entire world. These colossal ice shelves are among the largest structures ever formed by nature. Some ice here predates human civilization itself. Even these frozen giants are constantly changing. Every iceberg begins a journey that may last for years across the Southern Ocean. No two icebergs are alike. Each is a masterpiece shaped by nature. Together, they shape one of the most extraordinary marine environments on Earth. Even beneath the waterline, ice provides shelter and life. Much of an iceberg's true size remains hidden beneath the waves. In this hidden world, life continues far from the reach of sunlight. A delicate balance connects every part of this frozen ecosystem. Few places on Earth are as breathtaking or as important. Its future is tied to the future of our planet. A place of immense beauty, immense power, and enduring life. This is the eternal ice. A continent where nature still reigns supreme. Its story will continue for generations to come. Wild, mysterious, and forever extraordinary. This is Wild Antarctica, a frozen kingdom where life conquers the impossible. Within these layers lies a frozen archive of Earth's past climate. Beneath the surface lies an ancient archive, preserving Earth's distant past. Beneath the surface lies an ancient archive, preserving Earth's distant past. But in Antarctica, summer never lasts forever. A long and unforgiving winter is approaching. Temperatures will soon plunge below -5 degrees Celsius. Yet for one species, this is only the beginning. The emperor penguin chooses to raise its young during the coldest season on Earth. No other bird dares attempt such an impossible challenge. For the next several months, fathers alone must protect the next generation. Together, they create one of nature's most extraordinary survival strategies. Soon, the sun will disappear completely. And the long polar night begins. For months, darkness will rule this frozen kingdom. Winds can exceed 200 kilometers per hour. Only by standing together can they survive. Every hour becomes a battle against the cold. This is one of the harshest environments anywhere on Earth. And yet, life endures.
Above the frozen darkness, nature creates one of its greatest spectacles. Even in endless night, Antarctica remains breathtaking. But the greatest test is still to come. Next, surviving the polar night. Now begins the longest and most difficult chapter of their lives. Together, they perform one of nature's greatest acts of cooperation.
If the egg touches the ice for even a few moments, the chick inside may not survive.
For months, he will endure hunger, exhaustion, and unimaginable cold.
Temperatures can plunge below -60 degrees Celsius. In conditions like these, few animals on Earth could survive.
Week after week, they wait in silence. Above them, nature paints the darkness with breathtaking beauty. Deep inside the eggs, new life is beginning to awaken. After months of waiting, the miracle finally begins.
Born into darkness, into cold, into one of the harshest places on Earth.
Its survival depends entirely upon the devotion of its father. In this frozen kingdom, love itself becomes a survival strategy. Across the ice, countless fathers fight the same battle. And at last, help is on the way. After journeys of hundreds of kilometers, they finally return home.
Each family must find one another by sound alone.
Against all odds, another generation has survived. Life persists, even in the darkest winter. And the story of survival continues. After months of darkness, Antarctica is preparing for a remarkable transformation. For the first time in many months, the sun returns.
Now, the race begins to raise the next generation before winter returns.
Each chick depends upon constant care and protection.
The return of sunlight awakens the entire Antarctic ecosystem.
Tiny creatures once again fuel one of the richest food webs on Earth. Few animals move with such elegance beneath the sea. Spring arrives quickly in this frozen world. Across the Southern Ocean, giants are returning. The Great Migration begins anew. Life is returning everywhere.
A new generation is preparing to face the challenges ahead.
The frozen continent is alive once more. Yet this fragile balance is constantly changing. Its future will shape the future of our world. A land of extremes. A world of resilience. Where life conquers unimaginable odds. Its story is one of survival, adaptation, and hope. This is Wild Antarctica, a frozen wilderness, forever alive. As spring awakens Antarctica, another extraordinary journey is about to begin.
For Adelie penguins, this is the season of family, migration, and survival.
Every year they return to the same breeding grounds, guided by instincts older than memory.
Here, millions of birds gather to begin the next chapter of life.
In Antarctica, even the smallest stone can mean survival. Competition is fierce because every nest must withstand Antarctica's unpredictable weather. Together, they share one of nature's most demanding responsibilities. Beneath the waves, these birds become extraordinary hunters.
Every successful hunt increases the chances of their chicks surviving.
Speed, agility, and teamwork make them masters of two worlds. Soon, new life will emerge. Born into one of the harshest places on Earth, their journey begins. Their survival depends entirely on the devotion of their parents. Every day is a race against hunger and the ever-changing Antarctic weather. Across the continent, millions of similar stories unfold each spring. Life is flourishing once more. But where life gathers, predators are never far away. One of Antarctica's most formidable hunters has arrived. For the penguins, every journey to the sea now carries great risk. Next, the hunters of the ice. Perfectly adapted to life in these icy waters, the leopard seal is among Antarctica's most efficient predators. The hunters wait patiently for a single moment of opportunity. To feed their families, they must enter the sea. Every dive becomes a leap of faith. In the crystal waters of Antarctica, danger can appear without warning. Speed, surprise, and perfect timing. For the penguins, agility is their greatest defense. Against incredible odds, survival remains possible. Even the greatest hunters do not always succeed. Across the frozen continent, life continues to flourish. Every successful hunt means another chance for the next generation.
Every species here plays its part in an extraordinary ecosystem. At the heart of this world lies one of nature's smallest miracles.
Tiny creatures that sustain giants.
And soon, Manitou Inapula, the giants return once more.
Every year, Antarctica becomes a gathering place for the largest animals on Earth. This frozen continent is alive in ways few places on Earth can match.
But its story is still unfolding. A land of survival, beauty, and endless wonder.
Next, the Ocean of Giants.
In the waters surrounding Antarctica, the largest creatures ever to exist gather in astonishing numbers. After traveling thousands of kilometers, they have arrived at one of Earth's richest feeding grounds.
Tiny creatures sustain giants in one of nature's most extraordinary relationships.
Despite weighing more than 100 tons, it feeds on animals smaller than a finger.
Here, abundance fuels life on an unimaginable scale.
And the blue whale is not alone.
Fin whales. Elegant giants built for speed and endurance.
Together, they transform Antarctica into an ocean of giants.
And now, another familiar giant returns. Powerful, intelligent, and astonishingly graceful.
Their hunting strategy is one of the most sophisticated in the animal kingdom.
Few places on Earth hold such an abundance of life. This frozen ocean nourishes life on a scale beyond imagination. Everything here is connected. A delicate balance, sustained by ice and ocean. One of the last great wildernesses left on Earth. Wild, mysterious, and endlessly alive. Yet countless mysteries remain beneath these icy waters.
And some giants are still waiting to be discovered.
Next, secrets beneath the ice. Beneath Antarctica's frozen surface lies a hidden world few have ever seen. This is a realm sculpted by ice over thousands of years. Gigantic ice cathedrals hidden beneath the Southern Ocean. A landscape as alien as another planet. And in the darkness, life has found extraordinary ways to survive. Creatures that generate their own light, transforming darkness into beauty.
Some Antarctic fish survive without red blood cells, an adaptation found nowhere else on Earth.
Beneath the ice lies a thriving ecosystem unlike any other. Even in the coldest ocean on Earth, life flourishes,
And somewhere beyond the darkness, giants still roam. But not every creature beneath the ice has revealed its secrets. Its identity remains one of Antarctica's greatest mysteries. There are still places beneath Antarctica where no human eyes have ever looked. A hidden universe, waiting to be understood. And above this hidden kingdom, life continues its endless cycle.
A continent of endless wonders.
Its greatest mysteries may still lie beneath the ice. A frozen world unlike any other.
Its secrets are endless.
And our journey has only just begun. The deeper we descend beneath Antarctica, the stranger this hidden world becomes.
Some of these frozen structures are older than human civilization itself.
Life here survives at the very limits of possibility. Creatures that create their own light, illuminating a world hidden from the sun. Some species found here exist nowhere else on Earth. This hidden ecosystem has evolved in isolation for millions of years. Many mysteries remain unsolved, even today. Some places beneath Antarctica have never been explored. And perhaps extraordinary discoveries still await. For every secret uncovered, countless others remain hidden. Above the ice, another story continues. Life flourishes across every corner of this frozen continent. From microscopic life beneath the ice to giants of the ocean. Every part of Antarctica is connected by an extraordinary web of life.
A continent of mystery, resilience, and wonder.
Its story is far from complete. And its future will shape the future of our planet. Wild, mysterious, forever extraordinary. Yet the greatest stories are still waiting to be told. Next, the future of the frozen continent. For millions of years, Antarctica has shaped the climate of our entire planet.
Its ice stores nearly 70% of Earth's fresh water. Ice is never truly motionless. It is part of an endless cycle of change. The lives of countless species depend upon the stability of this frozen world. From the smallest krill to the largest whales, all are connected. Few places on Earth remain as wild or as awe-inspiring. Its beauty lies not only in its ice,
but in the life it protects.
Seen from above, Antarctica reminds us how extraordinary our planet truly is.
Its frozen heart influences weather, oceans, and life across the globe. Its future matters to every living thing on Earth. And despite its harshness, life continues to thrive.
Generation after generation, Antarctica remains a place of hope and resilience. A world where survival and beauty exist side by side.
One of the final great wildernesses of our planet.
Its story has been written in ice over millions of years.
And its greatest chapter is still unfolding. Wild Antarctica. A land of ice. A world of life. A frozen kingdom, forever wild.
Yet among all the creatures of Antarctica, none command more respect than the hunters known as orcas. Intelligent, powerful, and astonishingly social. Orcas are among the most successful predators ever to evolve. They live in close-knit families, passing knowledge from one generation to the next. Every hunt, every journey, becomes a lesson for the young. For these hunters, teamwork is their greatest strength. Patience, intelligence, and cooperation make them formidable. Their language is rich. Their bonds are lifelong. Few animals inspire such awe. Yet their greatest abilities are still hidden beneath the waves.
Masters of the frozen ocean.
Perfectly adapted to one of the harshest environments on Earth.
Guardians of the frozen ocean.
Their story is one of intelligence, family, and survival.
A world where every creature has its place.
And their journey is far from over.
For Antarctica still holds countless wonders. A frozen kingdom unlike any other. And deeper mysteries still remain. Next, the hunt beneath the ice.
Beneath the ice, every movement is calculated. Every member knows their role. Patience is one of the orca's greatest weapons. Generations of experience have taught them techniques found nowhere else in nature. Together, they prepare one of the most remarkable hunting strategies on Earth.
not by strength alone, but by teamwork. This extraordinary behavior is known as wave washing, a hunting strategy requiring intelligence, precision, and cooperation. But even the greatest hunters do not always succeed. For Orcas, every experience becomes knowledge shared across generations. Young orcas spend years learning the secrets of survival. Masters of a world sculpted by ice. Their lives are inseparable from the frozen continent they call home. This is a world of extraordinary intelligence and resilience. Powerful enough to dominate the seas, yet deeply connected through family. Among Antarctica's greatest wonders. Yet Antarctica still hides many secrets. Mysteries waiting beyond the horizon. A frozen kingdom unlike any other on Earth. And their story is only beginning. Next, life at the edge of ice. At the very edge of ice and ocean, life endures against unimaginable odds. These remote shores provide sanctuary to millions of animals. Here, new generations begin their lives surrounded by both abundance and danger. Curiosity drives the young, but survival demands caution. Soon, every young seal must face the ocean for the first time. The Southern Ocean offers both opportunity and endless challenges. Like all creatures here, survival is learned through experience. Every dive reveals new wonders hidden beneath the ice. A secret realm sculpted by ice and time. Across Antarctica, every species depends upon the fragile balance of ice and sea. Together, they form one of Earth's most extraordinary ecosystems. A frozen continent, alive with stories of resilience. A place where life persists against all odds. Its beauty is timeless. Its mysteries endless. A frozen kingdom at the edge of our world. Forever shaping life on Earth. Wild, mysterious. And forever extraordinary. This is Wild Antarctica. From space, Antarctica appears silent and still, but beneath these waters, a fierce struggle is beginning. With the return of light,
Antarctica's short season of abundance has begun. At the heart of this frozen world are creatures no larger than a finger. Krill are the foundation of Antarctica's great food web.
For penguins raising hungry chicks, every successful dive matters. Across the coast, thousands of families depend on the riches of the sea. In this brief season of plenty, parents must work without rest. But the same abundance that feeds the vulnerable also attracts powerful hunters. In Antarctica, every meal comes with risk. Speed, instinct, and timing decide who survives.
And far offshore, giants have followed the krill clouds north.
For whales, this short summer feast will fuel journeys across entire oceans. Working together, they use one of the ocean's most remarkable feeding strategies. In the Southern Ocean, cooperation can be as powerful as strength. For a few precious months, the ocean becomes a banquet for giants. From the sky to the depths, every creature competes for the same seasonal bounty.
Here, life is never still.
But as food gathers in the open water, larger hunters begin to arrive. The ocean's most strategic hunters are on the move. Next, the great hunt begins. For the seals, the ice is a refuge, but nowhere in Antarctica is completely safe. Each member knows its position, and every movement is part of a carefully learned strategy.
A warning travels through the ice. Danger is approaching from below. The hunters have chosen their moment. A wall of water turns the fragile platform into a battlefield. The first attempt has failed, but the pod is not finished.
Their success depends not on one hunter, but on the intelligence of the entire family. This time, the force of the ocean will be even greater. In a single instant, survival can slip away. Now the chase moves into the hunter's world. For the smaller animal, every gap in the ice may offer a final chance. The frozen maze has offered refuge. For now. Even an unsuccessful hunt becomes a lesson for the next generation. Across the Southern Ocean, every creature is searching for the same precious reward. At the center of this vast competition are the tiny animals that feed an entire continent.
For the penguins, speed and numbers can make the difference between hunger and survival.
On land, the race to feed the next generation is just as urgent.
Every meal carries the promise of another day alive.
This is Antarctica's great battle for food.
a struggle that connects every life in the frozen wilderness.
Next, the final feast of summer.
For a brief time each year, Antarctica becomes one of the richest feeding grounds on Earth. The greatest animal ever to live has arrived for the final feast of summer. For the giants, these tiny creatures provide the energy for an epic migration. Every level of the food web has gathered at the same extraordinary banquet. For the smaller hunters, speed and timing are everything.
Back on land, hungry chicks are growing stronger by the day.
Soon, they too will leave the safety of the colony and face the Southern Ocean. For every young penguin, the first plunge is a step into an unknown world. But the sea that feeds them is also filled with danger. In the shadows beneath the ice, another hunter waits. Built for surprise, the leopard seal is one of the ocean's most specialized predators.
But the season of plenty cannot last forever. As summer slowly turns, the great ocean feast begins to fade.
Soon, the whales will begin their long journey away from these frozen waters.
For the young, independence is coming, and with it, the greatest test of all. Already, the first signs of the coming cold are returning.
As the light fades, the balance of power beneath the ice begins to change.
In Antarctica, every ending is the beginning of another struggle. The abundance of summer is disappearing, but the hunt has only become more urgent. Next, the deadliest hunt.
As summer fades, the Southern Ocean becomes colder, darker, and far less forgiving. In this maze of ice and shadow, one hunter is perfectly at home. For the young penguins, the ocean still holds everything they need and everything they fear. To survive, they must leave the safety of the ice. But beneath the ice, every path may already be watched.
The leopard seal does not need to chase at first, it only needs to wait.
Patience is the first weapon of a master hunter. Drawn by the promise of food, they have entered the hunter's world. In Antarctica, even a moment apart can become dangerous. The silence breaks, and the hunt begins. For the penguins, speed alone is not enough. They must outmaneuver the ice itself. The frozen labyrinth offers refuge, but only to those quick enough to find it. A split second, a single turn, can decide everything. For one young bird, the ice becomes a lifeline. For now, the chase is over, but the ocean never stops waiting. Even the most skilled hunter must conserve its strength for another chance. As the season closes, every predator must seek new opportunities. The first storms of autumn are returning, and the hunt is growing harder. The brief abundance of summer is fading, and winter is gathering strength.
Next, the storm hunters.
As the storm closes in, darkness becomes an ally to the hunter. In Antarctica, a storm can transform the world in minutes. For the young and inexperienced, shelter is now as important as food.
Below the storm, the hunter remains patient.
The storm reshapes the ocean itself, gathering prey into ever smaller spaces. Separated from the safety of the group, one young bird must now find its way alone. In the storm-darkened water, danger is almost impossible to see.
Every contour of the ice gives the hunter another place to hide.
The smallest gaps may offer the greatest chance of escape.
The hunter is powerful, but the ice does not surrender its secrets easily.
Above the ocean, the storm is now at full strength.
For seals resting at the edge of the ice, survival means enduring the storm itself.
Under the ice, the storm is muted, but the hunt continues.
As the water cools, food becomes harder to find, and every opportunity matters. In the darkness, surprise is often more important than pursuit.
At last, the violence of the storm begins to fade.
Against the odds, the young survivor has found the safety of the group once more. For the hunter, patience has been tested, but the season is still changing. Every storm leaves its mark, and every survivor must adapt to what comes next.
Next, the frozen ocean returns.
After the storm, the ocean begins its transformation once more.
In the freezing sea, winter begins with countless tiny crystals.
For the hunters beneath the surface, the changing ice creates both obstacles and opportunities. As open water disappears, every breathing hole becomes precious. For the penguins, the familiar pathways of summer are vanishing beneath the ice.
Night by night, the ocean seals itself beneath a growing skin of ice.
Even as the surface freezes, life finds shelter in the ice itself.
For the great whales, the time has come to leave these waters behind.
Their long migration begins beneath a sky growing colder with every day. The orcas remain, adapting their routes to a world that is closing above them.
The Southern Ocean is becoming a continent of ice.
For those who stay, survival now depends on hidden passages between ice and water.
Below the frozen roof, a hidden world remains alive.
The frozen ocean is not empty. it is simply hidden from view. Each day is now shorter than the last.
Soon, the long polar night will return.
And for some, winter is not a time to flee, but a time to begin.
Their impossible journey has begun once again. The frozen ocean has returned, and with it, the greatest challenge of all. Next, the long polar night. As the light disappears, the greatest journey of Antarctic winter begins. They have traveled far from the open ocean to breed in the coldest season on Earth. Here, on a continent closing into darkness, a new generation will begin. In the crowd, partners find each other again through calls carried across the ice. In the frozen silence, devotion begins with a simple, shared ritual. Every hour, the cold deepens, and the colony must become one living shelter. By sharing warmth, they can survive temperatures that would defeat almost any other bird. From above, the colony appears small, but together, it is strong enough to endure the impossible. Soon, she will lay a single egg. The future of their family carried in one fragile shell. In this bitter cold, touching the ice even once could be fatal. The transfer must be perfect, a moment of absolute trust between two parents. Now, the father takes responsibility for the most difficult task of all. She must return to the sea to feed, leaving the father alone with their fragile future.
Their journey to the ocean may take days across a wilderness without shelter.
For the fathers, the long vigil has begun. Inside the huddle, warmth is shared, every bird protecting the life beneath its feet. The colony moves like a living organism, ensuring no father is left exposed for too long. Then the storm arrives, testing every bond within the colony. For months, there will be little food, no sun, and no escape from the cold. Next, fathers of the frozen night. For the fathers, winter has become a test of endurance unlike any other. For more than 2 months, he will protect this fragile life without food. Inside the huddle, the cold is held back by the strength of the colony. No father can endure the edge alone. Survival depends on constant cooperation. Across this empty wilderness, thousands of fathers share the same silent vigil. While the fathers endure the darkness, the mothers race toward the sea. Only the ocean can provide the food their future chicks will need. Below the frozen surface, they must gather enough strength for the journey back. Every movement is measured. One mistake could expose the egg to lethal cold. Each day without food drains their strength, yet the fathers remain. Then another storm erases the horizon,
and tests their resolve once more. In the center of the storm, the colony becomes a fortress of feather and warmth. When the wind falls silent, the fathers are still there. At last, deep within the shelter of the father, a new life begins to stir. After weeks of darkness, the reward for endurance is finally here. Across the colony, small voices now rise above the endless wind. But the fathers have almost nothing left to give. Beyond the horizon, the mothers are returning. They carry the food their chicks desperately need, and hope for the fathers waiting ahead.
Next, the reunion in the darkness.
After weeks apart, the mothers have finally found their way back through the darkness. In a crowd of thousands, each family recognizes a voice that belongs only to them. For one family, the long wait is over. She has returned with food from the distant sea, just in time for the hungry chick. For the father, the hunger of winter has reached its limit. Now the fathers must make their own journey, driven by a hunger that has waited for months. Their path to the ocean is long, but at last, survival calls them back to the sea. The mothers now take over the watch, keeping the young alive through the deepest cold. Though small and fragile, the chicks have survived the first great test of their lives. But winter has not finished with them yet. Within the huddle, warmth is passed from one life to another. When the storm has passed, the colony remains, battered but unbroken. Day by day, the chicks grow stronger and more independent. Together, the chicks form their own living shelter while their parents return again and again from the sea. For the fathers, the sea brings food, and the first promise that winter will not last forever. After months of darkness, the sun is beginning to return. For the chicks, this is the first light they have ever seen. The long polar night is ending, but survival will demand even more from the growing colony. In Antarctica, every dawn is a victory earned through endurance.
Next, the return of light.
After months of darkness, the sun has returned to Antarctica. For the youngest members of the colony, this is their first glimpse of a world beyond the night. With light comes a new rhythm and renewed hope for every family. Now the chicks can gather together, freeing their parents to search for food. For the adults, the return of light means one thing above all else: food. At last, the ocean is within reach again. Below the ice, a hidden world is beginning to wake. The returning sun feeds the smallest lives first, and they will feed everything else. For the hungry parents, every dive helps secure the future of the colony. The long cycle of feeding and returning has begun again. The chicks are stronger now, but their demands are greater than ever. Each day of light brings new strength and new independence. Across Antarctica, the frozen landscape is beginning to change once more. Open water is returning, carrying the first signs of spring across the frozen ocean. With more light, the ocean begins to grow rich again. For the seals, the return of open water brings freedom of movement. And far beyond the ice, the first ocean giants are beginning to return. Every return of light draws life back toward this frozen continent. Winter has not vanished, but the balance is beginning to shift. Next, the awakening ocean. As the sun climbs higher, the ocean beneath the ice begins to awaken. The first food of spring grows quietly beneath the ice. Tiny creatures gather in extraordinary numbers, preparing to nourish an entire continent. For the penguins, every returning meal strengthens the next generation. The return journey begins again, carrying the ocean's promise back to the colony. The chicks have endured the darkness, and now they grow with every passing day. Across the frozen ocean, other survivors are also responding to the return of light. For the seals, open water brings access to a richer world beneath the ice. The hidden winter world is slowly becoming a world of movement once more. But wherever life returns, hunters are never far behind. The awakening spreads from beneath the ice to the skies above. Every opening in the ice becomes a new opportunity for life. Out at sea, the return of abundance calls the giants back to Antarctica. The ocean giants follow the smallest creatures into the returning light. Across a continent once locked in darkness, a great food web is rebuilding. And with the awakening ocean, Antarctica's most strategic hunters are moving once more. For the orcas, spring brings a changing ocean filled with new possibilities. As the frozen world opens, every path between ice and ocean becomes a place of possibility. The long winter has loosened its grip, but a new season brings new battles. Next, the race for sprong. With every day of spring, the race for food becomes more urgent. The smallest creatures are gathering first, and every hunter knows where to find them. For the penguins, each successful dive carries vital energy back to the growing chicks. But every journey from sea to colony costs precious time. The chicks are no longer sheltered beneath their parents. Now they must wait together for every meal. For seals, the retreating ice opens new routes to food,
and new places to rest. In the Antarctic spring, even the ice itself becomes part of the food web. Where prey gathers, the hunters follow. For smaller hunters, speed and vigilance are the price of every meal. In Antarctica, survival often belongs to the quickest turn. Beyond the ice edge, the ocean giants have arrived in greater numbers. The whales are preparing a strategy shaped by intelligence and cooperation. In the awakening ocean, teamwork can turn a fleeting opportunity into survival. Across the ocean, every species is racing to claim the season's first abundance. For the orcas, spring is also a season of learning. Every route through the ice, every signal, every choice is passed from one generation to the next. As the ice retreats from the coast, another great migration is about to begin. For these birds, spring means returning home to begin the next generation. The race for spring is transforming the frozen continent into a world of new beginnings. Next, the kingdom of summer. At last, summer is approaching, and Antarctica is becoming a kingdom of life. Each year, they return to the same ancient shores, guided by instincts older than memory. For a few precious months, this barren coast becomes one of the busiest places on Earth. Among the crowd, partners reunite, ready to begin another season together. In a world of wind and stone, every bond begins with recognition. Here, even the smallest stone has value. It can become the foundation of a new life. Across the colony, thousands of homes are rising from the bare Antarctic ground. In a crowded city of birds, even one pebble can spark a dispute.
Every nest is a small fortress against cold, water, and time. Soon, their partnership will be tested by the demands of parenthood.
A single egg now holds the future of an entire family. From this moment on, every hour of warmth must be shared. One parent guards the nest, while the other must face the sea. The ocean offers food, but every journey into it carries danger. Below the waves, the parents become agile hunters in a world of blue ice and moving light. For every chick waiting on land, the hunt beneath the ice must succeed. Every successful return brings relief to a partner who has been waiting in the wind. Day after day, the rhythm of the colony continues without pause. Then, after weeks of waiting, a quiet movement signals that new life is ready to emerge. In the kingdom of summer, a new generation is about to take its first breath. At last, after weeks of waiting, a new life enters the kingdom of summer. For now, warmth and protection are all that stand between the chick and Antarctica's harsh elements. Across the colony, thousands of fragile lives are beginning at once. Every successful journey to the sea now carries food for a family waiting on land. For the chick, every meal is a step towards strength. The entire colony is now driven by one urgent rhythm: feed, return, protect, repeat. Below the surface, the parents become swift and tireless hunters. But every feeding journey enters a world where danger is always close. For the smaller hunters, survival depends on speed, vigilance, and the shelter of the ice. Those that return safely carry the ocean's reward back to their waiting chicks. In a good season, one family may soon be caring for more than one hungry voice. The nest is becoming a nursery, and every challenge is about to grow larger. For these new lives, the world is still only warmth, feathers, and the sound of their parents. But above the colony, another danger is watching. For unattended nests, a moment of weakness can invite disaster. The parents answer danger with vigilance and courage. For now, the nursery is safe, but summer offers no lasting peace. Then the weather begins to change. For the smallest chicks, a summer storm can be as dangerous as any predator. Next, the storm over the colony. The storm has arrived, and every family must face Antarctica at its most unforgiving. For the smallest chicks, the warmth of a parent is their only shelter. Outside, the wind is relentless, but beneath the feathers, life endures. Across the colony, thousands of parents make the same silent promise: to protect the next generation. Even the hunters of the sky must yield to the force of the storm. In Antarctica, survival is not always about escaping danger. Sometimes it means standing your ground. For every parent, the storm is a battle fought one gust at a time. At last, the wind begins to ease, and the colony emerges from the storm. The storm has passed, and the young have survived another great test. Now the parents must return to the sea, because the chicks are hungry again. The ocean has once again become the parents' hunting ground. With every return, the young grow a little stronger. Soon, the chicks must begin exploring the world beyond the safety of their nests. Every uncertain step is the beginning of independence. The colony is changing, from a place of nests into a nursery filled with new voices. Their soft down will not last forever. Soon it must be replaced by feathers built for the sea. All across the coast, the season of life is reaching its fullest strength. Beyond the colony lies the ocean, a world they have never seen, but one they must soon enter. For every chick born here, the greatest journey is still ahead. Next. First steps into the sea. For every young penguin,
the ocean is both a promise and a mystery. It has never entered this vast blue world before. For safety, the young will take their first steps together. Below them lies a world of food, freedom, and danger.
Then, one young bird makes the first leap.
Soon, hesitation gives way to instinct. At first, every movement is uncertain, every current unfamiliar. But the sea begins to teach them quickly. Here is the reward that has brought generations of penguins to the ocean. Each small success builds confidence for the days ahead. For now, the ice remains a place to rest and to recover. Beyond their tiny refuge lies one of the wildest oceans on Earth. But beneath the surface, another presence is watching. In Antarctica, safety can vanish the moment the ice is left behind. The young must learn to read the ice and listen to every warning in the water. Together, they discover that speed alone is not enough. They must be agile too. For now, the ice has given the young birds a second chance. The first lesson of the ocean has been learned. Survival depends on staying close. Soon, these young birds must leave the safety of the colony behind forever. Next, the trial of the open ocean. Beyond the ice lies a far greater challenge, the open Southern Ocean. Here, there are fewer hiding places, and every direction feels endless. The ocean moves with forces they cannot yet understand. Instinct draws them together, because together they are harder to lose. Food is everywhere in the summer ocean, but reaching it is never without risk. With each dive, the young birds are learning how to feed for themselves. But the open ocean gives the hunter room to move unseen. A warning passes through the group in an instant. In the open sea, their only defense is speed and the instinct to return to cover. Once again, the ice becomes a refuge. The young have survived their first true encounter with danger. Every escape teaches them where safety can be found. Now the colony is behind them, and the wider world is calling. Even above the waves, the young birds are discovering a world full of movement. Confidence is growing with every journey beyond the ice. The young do not travel entirely alone, and the ocean is full of lessons left by those who came before. By following experience, the young are learning where the ocean gives most generously. The first journey has only begun, and the ocean stretches farther than any young bird can imagine. Soon, the fledglings must rely on their own strength, far from the safety of home.
Next, the journey beyond the ice. With every kilometer, the young leave the familiar world behind.
The ocean has its own paths, invisible rivers that can carry life across great distances.
For the first time, the young have found food far beyond the safety of the colony.
To survive here, they must learn not only where to feed, but how deep to go. Every movement is copied, every lesson absorbed in the blue silence of the ocean.
But in these rich waters, the smallest hunters are never alone. The young penguins have entered the realm of the ocean giants. In this immense world, even the smallest traveler has a place. But beyond the ice, the sea is never still.
For the inexperienced, even a changing current can become a serious test.
Experience leads them toward shelter, where the sea is quieter and the young can recover. For now, the iceberg becomes an island of calm in a restless ocean. Beneath every iceberg lies another world, full of shelter, shadow, and life.
The sea is teaching the young where life gathers and where food may be found.
Ahead, the ocean is alive with movement, a gathering shaped by the richness of summer. Here, the summer food web reaches its greatest intensity. The fledglings are no longer simply surviving. They are learning to belong to the ocean. Beyond the ice, every new horizon brings another lesson. From the smallest penguin to the largest whale, every life is drawn together by this extraordinary ocean.
Next, the ocean of giants. The young penguins have entered a world ruled by giants.
For the giants of the Southern Ocean, summer is a season of abundance. They have crossed entire oceans to reach this brief but vital feast.
Their arrival transforms the summer ocean into a gathering place of extraordinary scale. At the center of this ocean kingdom are creatures small enough to fit in a human hand. Together, the whales prepare one of the ocean's most remarkable feeding strategies. The bubbles become a living net, concentrating the swarm into one small space.
In the open ocean, cooperation turns abundance into survival.
In Antarctica, the food web connects every creature from the smallest krill to the greatest whale.
But there is a giant even larger than all the others.
The blue whale is the largest animal ever to live on Earth. In these icy waters, even the smallest creatures can sustain the greatest body on the planet.
Every breath connects this giant to the world above. For a moment, the greatest creature on Earth breaks the surface of the frozen sea. Here, within the Southern Ocean,
the giants share one extraordinary wilderness. For the young penguins, the presence of the giants is another lesson in the scale of their new world.
But even the greatest animals must follow the changing currents of food.
Other giants move through these waters too, built for speed in a world of ice and distance.
Across the Southern Ocean, summer has drawn an entire assembly of giants.
Next, the song beneath the ice. Beneath the ice, the ocean is never truly silent. Every call carries through the cold water, reaching far beyond what the eye can see. Across this hidden world, the giants remain connected by sound.
The largest animal on Earth speaks in a voice as deep as the ocean itself. In the depths, sound becomes a map through a world of darkness and distance. Even the smallest travelers move through an ocean shaped by voices far larger than themselves. For a calf, every sound, every movement, and every journey begins with its mother. In a world of giants, the first lesson is to stay close. Above the surface, the silence breaks with the breath of giants. Not every voice belongs to the slow and the massive. Some giants are built for speed. Within the frozen corridors, every sound is shaped by water, ice, and distance. The ice has its own voice, groaning, cracking, and reshaping the world below. In the frozen ocean, every sound becomes part of the rhythm of life. But not every call belongs to a gentle giant. For orcas, sound guides the family through every route, every hunt, and every lesson. In the same ocean, many voices overlap, each carrying a different story of survival.
For now, the Southern Ocean is alive with sound, movement, and abundance.
But summer never lasts forever, and the giants will soon have to move again.
The changing season is already calling them toward another journey.
Next, the giants' long journey.
The season of abundance is ending, and the giants must begin their long journey away from the ice. For the young calf, this first great migration will be a journey of learning and endurance. Before they leave, every final meal helps build strength for the long ocean road ahead. Even the greatest animal on Earth must follow the changing currents of food and season.
Built for speed, the fin whales are already moving toward the wider Southern Ocean. The rich feast of summer is beginning to thin, and the ocean's travelers feel the change.
Together, they turn toward the north, guided by instincts older than memory.
Their paths may cross only briefly, but all life here is shaped by the same frozen ocean.
A final farewell to the summer feeding grounds. Ahead lies thousands of kilometers of open ocean and a world beyond the ice.
From above, their journey seems small against the vastness of the sea, but it is one of the greatest migrations on Earth.
The last giants slip quietly away into the deep.
Soon, only the echoes of their calls will remain in these waters.
For the young penguins, the giants have passed, but their own journey in this ocean is only beginning.
Already, the ocean is changing again, preparing for the return of the cold. As the giants depart, the frozen continent begins to close itself once more. The season of giants is ending, but Antarctica's story never stands still. Every departure leaves the frozen ocean quieter, and every silence marks the turning of a season. The great summer feast is fading, and another long chapter of survival is beginning. Next, the last days of summer.
The giants have gone, and the last days of summer are slipping quietly into the cold. For the young penguins, the ocean is no longer a place of first discoveries. It is becoming their home. Back on land, the great summer colony is beginning to fall silent. The nests that raised a generation will soon be buried beneath another winter. Now the adults must leave the land behind and return fully to the sea. For months, the colony was their world. Now the ocean calls them onward once more. The rich summer feast is changing, and the young must keep learning where food can still be found. As the ocean freezes, other specialists are already preparing for the long cold ahead. For a seal, the new ice is not a barrier. It is a roof above an underwater world.
Each freezing night closes another path through the ocean. Even the birds of summer are beginning to feel the season turn.
The colony has gone, leaving only the memory of a summer crowded with life. For the new generation, survival now depends on finding passage through a world that is slowly closing. Every opening in the ice is a route to air and a path toward the unknown. The hunters have not gone away, and they too are adapting to the changing frozen world. The lessons of summer may now be the difference between safety and danger. Across Antarctica, the sea is building a new frozen kingdom, one night at a time. The polar night is still far away, but its first signs are already written across the water. Summer has passed, and the continent is beginning its slow transformation into ice once more. Next, the frozen coast. The open water is shrinking, and every route through the ice is becoming more precious. Each night, the coast gains another layer of protection and another barrier to movement. For the Weddell seal, one small opening is a lifeline between two worlds. Below the ice, the seal enters a hidden realm where air must be remembered and found again. As the ocean freezes, the new ice becomes a resting place for those built to live at its edge. Even in the cooling darkness, life continues beneath the new roof of ice. For the young penguins, every journey now begins with finding a way back to air. In the growing cold, the sea has become a maze of light, shadow, and survival. The hunters are still here, following the same narrow paths through the frozen world. The lessons of summer
are becoming the instincts of winter. The coast is changing fast. Soon the open sea will be hidden beneath an unbroken white plain. Across the new ice, each breathing hole becomes a carefully guarded point of survival. In a world without landmarks, memory guides every dive back to the surface. Far from the open ocean, the continent is becoming quieter, colder, and more remote. And from the frozen horizon, another great journey is beginning. They are returning to the ice, toward the place where winter will test them more than any other creature.
For them, the frozen coast is not an ending. It is the beginning of the hardest season.
Ahead lies darkness, hunger, and storms beyond imagination. But together, they will enter the coldest chapter of the Antarctic year. Next, the first winter. Winter is no longer approaching. It has begun beneath their feet. For every bird, the journey inland is a test of patience, endurance, and instinct. Each step seems small, but together they carry the species into the heart of winter. From every direction, they gather at the same ancient place. At last, the long march is over, but the true challenge is only beginning. In the coldest place on Earth, a partnership begins with recognition. Across the ice, thousands of voices rise into the winter air. Already, the weather is reminding them that winter allows no weakness. Soon, one fragile egg will place the future of both parents in their care. For a brief moment, everything depends on perfect timing. A single mistake could expose the egg to deadly cold, so every movement must be precise. Now the father becomes the guardian of a life still hidden from the world. To return with food, she must leave the egg and father behind.
Their route to the sea grows longer as the ice closes around the continent.
The fathers remain, carrying warmth, hope, and the weight of another Antarctic winter. Together, they create a living wall against the cold. Within the storm, the smallest source of warmth becomes the most precious. Outside the huddle, Antarctica disappears into wind and snow. The first storm has passed, but the long winter has only just begun. Next, the trial of winter. The mothers have gone to sea, and now the fathers must endure the longest wait of their lives. Each father carries a future that cannot survive even a moment in the open cold. Together, they move like one living organism, sharing warmth with every slow turn. Every bird must take its turn at the edge, where winter tests the strength of the whole colony. No one stays protected forever, and no one is left alone for long.
Out at sea, the mothers are still searching for the food that will carry them back.
Beyond the ice, the mothers enter the ocean's hidden winter world.
Here, every dive is a search for the energy their growing chicks will soon need.
Even in winter darkness, the ocean still offers a chance to survive. Hours become days, and days become weeks in the darkness. He has not eaten since the mothers left, yet he cannot leave the egg for a single moment. Then the weather changes again, and the wait becomes a battle against the storm. In the heart of the storm, survival depends on every bird holding its place.
Within the living fortress, a fragile warmth survives against impossible cold.
Another storm has passed, but the hunger and the darkness remain. At sea, the mothers are gathering the strength needed for the journey home. Soon, instinct will turn them back toward the colony and toward the families waiting in darkness. Inside the egg, the first signs of life are beginning to stir. At opposite ends of the frozen world, two journeys are finally beginning to meet.
Next, the long wait ends.
In the darkness, every family is divided between ice and ocean. For the newest life in Antarctica, the world is still a shelter of feathers and warmth. Far from the colony, the fathers must recover strength before they can return. When their strength returns, instinct draws them once more toward the families waiting on the ice. In the vastness of the colony, one familiar call can guide a parent home. Together again, the parents begin the next stage of the winter struggle. Across the colony, thousands of fragile lives are growing beneath the longest nights on Earth. Every small step is an early lesson in independence. As they grow, the chicks begin to find safety not only with their parents, but with one another. But winter offers no pause for families still learning to survive. In the storm, the colony becomes a living fortress once again. Here, every shared breath and every feather helps keep the next generation alive. Another storm has passed, and the chicks have survived another night in the dark. The darkness seems endless, but day by day, the young are changing. The chicks are growing stronger, and the colony is slowly becoming a nursery of young voices. At last, after months of darkness, the horizon begins to change. For the chicks, this is the first hint that the endless night will not last forever.
Light is returning, but the cold has not yet loosened its hold.
The darkest season has tested them all, and still, the colony endures.
Next, the return of light.
After months of darkness, light returns to the colony. For the young, this is a world they have never truly seen. The return of light changes everything, but winter has not yet released its grip. Across the colony, familiar voices guide every family through another frozen morning. The chicks are growing hungrier,
and the parents must keep returning to the sea. Beyond the ice, the ocean is still the colony's only source of food. Below the surface, light is returning to a world that has waited in blue silence.
Even before spring arrives, life is beginning to gather beneath the ice.
Every return to the light is a reminder that the long night is ending. Day by day, the sun rises higher, and the frozen world begins to awaken.
With the return of sunlight, the foundation of the Antarctic food web begins to stir.
The smallest creatures are responding first, and soon the entire ocean will follow. For the seals, the changing light reveals new routes across an ocean still locked in ice. Every return from the ocean brings strength to a chick that is no longer so small. The chicks are beginning to stand together, learning that survival belongs to the colony as much as to the family. The ice is beginning to open, and with every lead, the ocean moves closer to the colony.
Soon, these young birds will face a world far larger than the colony that raised them.
Above the ice, the first travelers of the new season are already on the move. The long winter has not been forgotten, but a new season is finally beginning.
Next, the first breath of spring.
Spring begins with a single opening in the ice, a first breath from the ocean below.
Below the ice, the first energy of spring is already awakening.
The smallest creatures answer the returning sun first, and the entire food web begins with them. For the parents, every dive becomes easier as the ocean slowly comes alive again. Every successful return brings food, warmth, and strength back to the colony. The chicks are no longer hidden from the world. They are beginning to stand within it.
The once solid kingdom of winter is beginning to break apart.
For the seals, spring opens new passages through an ocean that has been closed for months. As the ice changes, new resting places drift across the sea. But wherever the ice opens, the hunters begin to move as well.
Soon, the young will have to leave the colony behind and face the ocean for themselves.
Along the coast, the first signs of another summer are beginning to appear. From the sea, the first returning colonists are arriving. The continent is waking in many places at once.
Below the surface, spring is gathering momentum. Far beyond the coast, the first ocean giants are beginning to return.
The awakening ocean is calling back travelers from across the world. Across Antarctica, each species is answering the same signal: the return of